Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars. Come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
I listen to a lot of true crime. I listen to it at night. I like the girl talk. It makes me feel alright. I like scary stories in the morning, and I like them at night. I like the girl talk vibes. They make me feel just fine. I listen to a lot of true crime.
All right. Good evening, everybody. This is Front Porch Forensics, and we're here on KLRNradio.com and live on X. And hopefully y'all are joining in with us. Come join the chat, say hello, ask questions. We will work you into the conversation. Sounds like it's going to be a good time had by all. So come on, pull up a chair and join us on our front porch. I am Bump Stock Ken.
And if y'all hear me messing with wrappers and everything, I'm making a cheesecake right now.
And that is Bump Stock Barbie in the background. She's baking away. And we got a family event tomorrow, so she's making some desserts. Anyways, we are in the kitchen tonight, not on the porch. But that's fine.
Still a good place to be in our house.
It is a good place to be in our house. Tonight's episode, again, we're carrying on with our cult shows. And tonight we're looking at Heaven's Gate cult.
Marshall Applewhite.
Yes, Marshall Applewhite was the...
Which actually, we should probably put Bonnie, I think, at the forefront of that, because she was the one who originally started it. Like, she was the leader there for a little while before she got sick.
Yeah, you got Bonnie Nettles and Marshall Applewhite. Those were the founders of Heaven's Gate, and Bonnie was kind of the I guess the brains or the heart behind it, I guess, in the beginning.
Brain trust, maybe.
Uh,
you call it that.
They found out pretty quick that Marshall was a better speaker and more charismatic, so he kind of became the head man of it, the face
we'll
of
touch
it.
on why he was just better at that in
Yeah.
general.
Well, he's a guy, so.
But
But anyways,
they do make better leaders for this kind of thing anyway. But
yeah,
we actually will touch on some where it was a female lead, but that's just not tonight. She originally did found this religious sect, basically, but she was not the front, you could say, like kind of like with a band. Like, yeah, she was a founder. She was kind of the one in control of it for a while, but Marshall was the one out front. He was the face that you saw. He's the face that everybody tuned in right now remembers, because you get that wild-eyed older man, on the TV and everything, where his eyes, like, he doesn't blink a lot.
Yeah, staring right into the camera, those
the
big old eyes.
Yeah. But, it was founded by Bonnie Nettles, and Applewhite was kind of brought into it, basically. They were the main leaders. But they were both raised Christians and everything, so they combined a lot of end time prophecy type stuff, but they interspersed it with UFOs and space travel, and that was like the next level that we humans are supposed to strive for and to get to and everything, if we are pure, basically. They actually, before they were called Heaven's Gate, they were Human Individual Metamorphosis, or Total Overcomers Anonymous, which, because that was the entire thing, was they were supposed to shed everything that made them human. All relates, all societal ties. I mean, everything. They're supposed to behind, basically, and become like this one homogenous group.
Right.
Applewhite and Nettles, they met in 1972. And they became convinced that they were actually the two witnesses foretold in Revelation 11. The two witnesses there at the wall, that are supposed to witness and testify and prophesy and everything there at the Wailing Wall, I think, essentially. And they are going to be killed and then resurrected 3 days later, just, kind of very similar to Jesus. This is a prophecy foretold by Jesus. Like, we all are, I think, pretty familiar with end time prophecy. But they thought they were the two witnesses. That's hinted themselves to their followers as instructed their followers that they had to give up the world and drop out of society completely. They had to leave all family behind, all worldly possessions, all money, jobs, everything. You had to drop literally everything about yourself and leave.
Well, that's not far off of religious text too. That's why it seems so. I guess in a way, it's mixed with a little bit of truth. A lot of times. So the forsaking yourself and all your worldly possessions and all that isn't far off from
Jesus' actual teaching.
Yeah, from your kind of your basis of religion. And I think that Applewhite was Marshall. He was he a Presbyterian? I believe it was.
I want to say they both, I think, were. That's how they got into like religion, of course, when they were younger and everything with their families. Their families were just Presbyterian, which is pretty normal. I mean, I was born and raised a Methodist. I was baptized a Methodist, so that's what I just always was until now. I consider myself non-denominational.
Yeah, it says the son of a Presbyterian minister.
Yeah.
So
I don't think that there's a ton that we know about his background, like her childhood.
Bonnie Nettles was she had interests in theosophy and biblical prophecy, but I don't know. I didn't find anything about if she had a religious upbringing or anything, but she had a lot of. I know she's very spiritual. She sought out those psychics and people that would had seances with the spiritual realm. So she was a big believer in all that.
Yeah.
And I also know that
I mean, we absolutely believe in this other world like that too, but we understand, I think, what it actually is.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the things too about Bonnie, when she was having all these seances, all these communes with the dead.
Yeah.
She actually claims that she was being spoke to by, and I can't remember the monk, an ancient monk was actually speaking to her and giving her these prophecies and things.
Okay.
So she even had a name for it, and I apologize.
I would say then we're seeing evidence, at least with her, very early on of almost delusions.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of.
I think if you go looking, then things are going to find you. So I think this monk was probably a demonic entity that was twisting her beliefs and working on her.
Like, we are devout Christians and everything, and like we absolutely do believe in this, this other realm and everything, but we believe that that's overwhelmingly demonic.
Well,
so
especially
I just want to be upfront about that.
with me. Everybody sees that meme of the crazy haired guy off Ancient Aliens where he's going aliens.
But it's demons.
But with me, it's demons. Okay. So that's kind of give you an idea how. So
yeah, that's kind of where we fall on all this. Just as a heads up, if for anybody new.
I think I'm a little worse off than you are about it, though.
But again, I'm just kind of giving a general rundown here, and then we're gonna talk more in depth about this. But obviously, like with any kind of end times religious cult, basically that we have, whenever the prediction does not come true, the leaders adjust.
Yeah.
They're like, okay, well, the reason that it didn't happen this way and we predicted that it would is because, maybe we, interpreted it. Here's what it really means. Here's when it's really going to happen. There were multiple predictions made by Nettles and Applewhite that did not come true. So after that, after the first prediction didn't come to fruition, the group ended up settling in Texas. That's where they formed their little almost commune type of deal.
Yeah,
which is also typical.
We'll go back to even before that later about their building of the cult, but this is where they finally settle down and really start to work.
Well, yeah, it started in Texas. They had very, very little contact with the outside world. Like, these people, again, they were told to leave their families, their friends, their entire past life. They were told to leave it behind. It was no longer relevant at all. So they had very little contact with the outside world until about 1994, when they began to prepare for their eventual movement to a, quote, higher level of existence.
Mm-hmm.
So that's when they made the move to California. They settled in San Diego in 1996, and it's the first cult in history that ever used the internet, that ever utilized the web to put out basically their mission statement in a way. What they believed in. They were using it to recruit new followers. That's actually where the name Heaven's Gate originated too, was when they needed a name for their website. That's when they named themselves Heaven's Gate. But
yeah, Heaven's Gate works a lot easier on the search engine than whatever
the other ones
that crazy long ass name they had before.
But yeah, Heaven's Gate, and these were, again, they were actually recruiting very intelligent people. These were IT specialists. A lot of them were.
IT specialists.
Software developers.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all this kind of stuff. And we've said this on the other 3 episodes in this series. It is extraordinarily easy. Everybody has their chairs, as I've been saying in the past episodes. Everybody has something they're searching for. Everybody has something they're seeking. So these people provided that to them. And again, these were highly educated people at the time. So we always look back on these things and we think that could never happen to me. I could never be one of them. I could never fall for this. But you absolutely could. Given the right prompts, given the right promises and everything, every single one of us is susceptible to things like this.
Yep. I think so too. I mentioned one the other day, we was talking last night, that if somebody would have started a cult, that's the one I was at.
don't remember now.
Because we were sitting there laughing about it, and I thought, yeah, if he's the one that says this is my cult, I'm in, buddy. It's got me. I'll think of that.
I do think it was probably something goofy, knowing us.
Yeah, it was something funny, but I can't recall. Dang it! I wish now I could have. I should have made a note of it, but I can't recall now. But yeah, Everybody Has Their Chair is a very niche example because of this movie that she's obsessed with.
I
But
love that movie.
basically, everyone's searching for something. Every human being has a need, and a need to be filled, and in basically a hole in their soul that they're trying to fill up. And that's what these cult leaders.
Everybody is seeking. They're seeking a sense of belonging. They're seeking community. I mean, this is not something that any of us listening, or even me and Daniel talking about right now, we're not immune to this.
Yep, and that's what these cult leaders, they prey upon, is that human need.
Now, this is actually a point we were talking about before the show, too. I think Applewhite here is very different than the cult leaders we have talked about before.
Mm-hmm.
Because those cult leaders, like, we do absolutely still see the narcissistic personality disorder coming into play. A lot of those traits are shown in Applewhite and in Bonnie Nettles. Like, we absolutely see this. But I think that these are actually the cult leaders who truly believed in their own story, basically. You see the people like Jim Jones, Charlie Manson, the other people we've talked about before. It's just a means of control.
Right.
They're just saying these things. I don't think they necessarily believe it themselves at all. But I truly think that Applewhite 100% believed everything that he was preaching.
Well, one of the things we point to about the leaders not actually believing what is, or buying what they're selling, is because when the time comes to write, they always seem to forfeit. They don't actually go out the same way that their followers do.
I mean, we look at Jim Jones with it was cyanide in the drinks and everything.
And the Kool-Aid or the Flavor Aid.
He watched these hundreds and hundreds of people and children drinking this, and cyanide is a brutal way to go. It is extremely painful. So what did he do? He had one of his other right-hand men just shoot him in the head.
Yeah.
That's how he went out. He didn't go out the same way that he instructed his followers.
And at that time, and of course later though, I mean, but like with Applewhite here, Marshall. Oh, and by the way, Marshall and Bonnie changed their names to Doe and T.
Yeah, Doe and T.
So Doughboy, he actually does go out the same way that his followers do.
Which is why I think that he actually did believe what he was telling them.
Oh, yeah.
He was convinced of it too.
Well, there's reports that the way he and Bonnie had met was, I know Bonnie was a married nurse, and that's how they met, was they met at a psychiatric hospital. Now, some people claim that Marshall was a patient there at the psychiatric hospital, but Marshall said no, that he was just visiting a friend. Now, there's no way to really prove that because we have no frame of reference or any kind of facts one way or the other. Yeah, there's no way to actually know who the friend was he's supposedly meeting there, but if it was a friend at all. Right. So like I said, I could see him thinking if he was actually in a psychiatric hospital, how that could be shown as a weakness or something, and he'd want to hide it. Right. But either way, she was working in a psychiatric hospital where they met. And can I go into how they met and kind of that history there? It's kind of long-winded, but I can go ahead and build it up. Okay. Am I making these or not? No. We decided no on this? No on this. So Bonnie was married and had children. She was a nurse. Like I said, we don't know about her religious background, but we know she was really into mysticism and the occult. Yeah, kind of. Well, I guess assuming to the cults and stuff, the umbrella of occults. or occult acts would be seances and all that, and reaching into the other side and all that kind of stuff. Well, she was talking, like I said, she met this monk supposedly, and he had told her, was giving her visions and telling her these things that were going to come to pass, and was kind of leading her life basically. And it was causing big stress with her husband, because her husband thought it was foolishness and that she was getting way too involved in this kind of stuff. So there's already some.
How many kids? I know she had a daughter, Terry.
That's the only. I know she had more. That's the only name I know. I don't know how many there were.
So
I think 4.
She did have children. Terry is the only child's name of hers that we know from that first marriage.
I think so. I think I read somewhere there was 4 kids, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
And the reason I say there was 4 is because when they do wind up getting divorced, Bonnie and her husband, the oldest son was in his 20s, so he wasn't really affected. But the husband got the other 3 kids, and Terry being one of them.
Yeah.
But like I said, now Terry, the daughter, and Bonnie were very, very close up to this point and everything. So there's a history there of them being very close. They shared a lot of the same interests, which was occult stuff, afterlife things, theologies, and UFOs. Now, this was the 60s and 70s at this point. So UFOs, unidentified flying objects, space aliens, UFOs, that's pretty popular back then for sure. Kind of had the
Yeah, they met in 1972, so that was kind of the height of all of this.
Yeah, so they already had this history and this interest together. So, but anyways, back to Bonnie. She's working as a nurse. She has this vision, and this palm reader or crystal ball reader, I don't know which one it was, tells her that her future, that she's going to meet a new man. There'd be a new man in her life, and that he would be tall, light complected with light hair. And
if you remember what Apple would look like, I mean.
And so she has this in her mind already. Her home life's in trouble with her husband. Her guru and life leader that she has in her head is already telling her that has visions of that she's going to do great things. This person who reads her future says you're going to meet a new man. So things are kind of stacking up here. Well, sure enough, Applewhite shows up at this mental hospital where she's working, and he is tall, white-haired, and pale complected.
Yeah, he very much looked exactly like predicted.
Oh, he fit the bill perfect. So
you can imagine for somebody like Bonnie, who's already into this kind of thing, that already buys into it completely, finally meeting this person.
Well, and what compounds it is that Applewhite actually walks into her life just days, like a few weeks after this prediction of a new man's coming into your life. So it's still fresh on her mind too. It hadn't enough time hadn't passed that she started doubting it. It was almost in terminologies like that, it's almost immediate. So here she is. She's got this already in her mind, and so she approaches him. They get to talking a little bit, and they find out that he has a big interest in UFOs and things of that nature too. So they strike a little bit of something to keep them talking, I guess. But it's not really hitting off. There's not a real physical connection or anything, but she believes wholeheartedly that this is the man foretold to be hers. And so as one does, they start looking for connections anywhere they can. She finds out that they share the same stars in their astrology, whatever you call that, astrology.
Yeah, it's astrology.
That they share the same star, and that their stars are aligned at this certain time, and that's just proof to her that they're soulmates. and that he is the one.
He was the one foretold, basically.
Yeah, exactly. So for Bonnie, that's it. That's it. This is the dude. Marshall's it. She's found her tall, pale, blonde hero, or white-haired hero, I guess.
No.
Light-skinned, light-haired. So that's what starts it off, and it becomes an infatuation with one another. Now, for Marshall, there was evidence and hearsay and people claiming that he was openly homosexual, that he had gotten in trouble with when he was a music teacher and instructor, that he had gotten in trouble at one of his colleges by having an affair with one of the male undergrads or students or whatever they're called.
Right.
So there was a big thing about that, a big scandal. So basically, them not having a physical connection makes sense if he was openly homosexual, like some people are, or even a closeted homosexual. You know.
And we'll get into kind of why this was happening later on, but when he and Bonnie like hooked up, got together, and they started their own little commune and everything, they were not even like living in the same building.
Right. Yeah. This is one of the interesting things is that yes, they were male and female leaders, but they were not a couple in the sense that you would think like most of the other cult leader couples are. There was no physical contact. They were not married.
It was not
together.
a sexual relationship
No,
in
not
any
at
way,
all.
shape, form, or fashion.
No, it wasn't, which is also unique to cult leaders. This
Versus just cults, I think, in general, because, I mean, at least for the leaders themselves, there's always an element of sex, at least with their followers.
right.
But, again, we're going to touch on some that were female-led and everything, but they were actually having sexual relationships with their, like, bodyguards, their right-hand men and everything, too. It was also another way to kind of keep them in control, you know?
Mm-hmm.
But we didn't see that at all with this one.
So they start their discussion out. She tells him all about this monk and her spiritual leaders and kind of stuff, and the UFOs as far as being being aliens. And I don't know how much of it that Marshall already believed, but he's buying into it. I mean, they start their. This is where they start their theory and their basis for Heaven's Gate, and they start the whole cult here together. Is their shared interest in space alien, I guess, really, yeah. And of course the religious background coming in from.
I think the religious aspect of it was just kind of the gateway, to get people to listen to them at first.
The religious basis of this, the ingredient, since you're baking, of the religion comes from apple white. And so they start tying in.
He was raised a Christian.
They start tying in his Presbyterian background because, again, his dad was a pastor, so he's heard it day in and day out. So he's very familiar with it. And then his views mix in with hers, creates just enough truth in it to make it plausible to some folks. And so they had a pretty good system going, or a good basis for a cult already built. And they moved to first up into Oregon, up in that area, when they start really recruiting. Up there, this is where the flyers come in.
I think it was about 1994, I think, or so, when they moved. I can't remember when they moved to Texas. 1994 was kind of the beginning they finally ended up in California, in San Diego, was where they finally ended up. But they were in Texas at one point. You said.
Yeah, in the 70s, they went to Oregon when they started their recruitment and what was the name of it before it was Heaven's Gate?
They had a couple. They called themselves a couple of things. It was the Human Individual Metamorphosis
The Human Individual Metamorphosis.
Or Total Over Anonymous.
Total Overcomers Anonymous. They also had TELAH, TELAH, the Elevated Level Above Human. That was basically where they were, what they were shopping, what they were selling.
I say that's what they were striving for, is
Yeah,
that level.
Exactly. So in the 70s, when they started up in Oregon recruiting heavily, they had these flyers made up. And the flyers are pretty famous. If you look at Heaven's Gate, when the first thing that pops up, they're flyers. And the way they would, their clickbait, if you will, was right across the top, UFO. And it would kind of catch your attention, and you started.
Again, back then, at that time, that was a big deal in popular culture.
And in their first paragraph, they was talking about come out and meet two people, being them, that was from a level above humanity, and that they can teach you how to get there yourself. So basically, it was almost like a self-help type deal mixed in with
self-improvement type.
Self-improvement. You're seeking something, come see us, talk to us. We can help you find the way. So again, a basic recipe for starting a cult, and they were nailing it at the right place at the right time.
Exactly the right time. Because again, we're seeing all this like in the 70s and.
Yeah, that's another thing
like
too.
That whole Age of Aquarius thing, people are trying to expand their consciousness.
Well, you had mentioned that they had a lot of people that were computers savvy, and that was, the computers was just really picking up,
coming to the forefront.
And it was also the age of Star Trek was popular too, and a lot of their followers were Trekkies. And so
one prominent one at least was a Trekkie. Didn't he stay through just about the end? One
of the victims who actually died was a brother to one of the actresses that was on Star Trek. I'll find it. I can't remember which one it was, but anyways. So they had
Star Trek,
huh?
It's Star Trek. You redneck.
Star Trek.
Just kidding. It had to be done.
Star Trek. But anyways, so basically, I think this actress, she played Princess Leia in the Star Trek movies.
That was Star Wars.
It was what?
I don't even watch.
You're hurting my head. You're hurting my head tonight, sir.
Well, which one? So, okay, Star Trek was Captain Kirk, right?
Yeah, that's the one
started
out on TV.
Okay. Now, is he the one that had the giant? Is he the one that had the Bigfoot that flew the ship with him?
No, that was Han Solo in Star Wars. You're messing with me right now.
Okay. I'll stop. Look, I love Star Trek and I love Star Wars, so I'm just pulling y'all's legs. I love those movies. And side note, Star Trek, Captain Kirk is the captain. He's my favorite. And a lot of people give me boo birds on this, but my favorite Star Trek movie is the first one, the motion picture with Viger. And to me, that I said, that's still my favorite one. Even, the one with Khan and all that, that's The Wrath of Khan is a great movie, but my favorite one is still the motion picture.
I have to add butter to this, melted butter, so y'all didn't hear our microwave going for a second.
But anyways, that's I just pull an y'all's leg. I know the difference, but I do say track because I am very much a redneck. So
I wish we could do the video and everything, because when he was saying all that, y'all should have seen the look he was giving me and that big old grin on his face.
Oh yeah. But like I said, 1970s into the 80s, ultimately ends in 97. So this went along for well over 20 years.
And it just so happens to work out. We actually left this episode up to listeners and everything. We did a poll on X, but we actually are coming up on the anniversary of that mass suicide.
The 27th, right?
Yeah,
March 27th, 1997.
March 26th, 1997.
March 26th, 1997. So
we are coming up on that anniversary. So, which that's kind of cool. We did Waco last time because it was the anniversary when that siege started. So I kind of like that it just kind of worked out this way because, yeah, we're coming up on it.
But like I said, the mix was perfect. The computer guys, our computer people, and Star Trek fans. I mean, there was a lot of perfect conditions and people seeking out. You know, we had just got back from the moon, you know, in '69. So, I mean, space, the final frontier. It was perfect for them to build this cult off the basis of aliens, basically. And another thing I thought was interesting, mixing in the religious aspect with the aliens, is they actually taught that Mary, the mother of Jesus, the way the Immaculate Conception was actually, she was lifted up into the spaceship and she was impregnated on the spaceship by these same aliens that are going to come back and save us, so that Jesus would actually be an heir of those aliens up there. So they had kind of tied that in too. And a lot of the followers actually thought that made more sense than her being the Immaculate Conception part from just being from God. To them, it made it more, I guess they figured it was easier to understand if there was an actual copulation taking place between her and the aliens. So, but I thought that was interesting too. Some of the ways they twisted the
And see, that's just it.
Scriptures.
Like, I've always said, like, for somebody who is well versed on the Bible, you hear something like that and you're like, no. So, I mean, we wouldn't have fallen into that particular cult, I don't think.
No.
Just because, you know, we understand the Bible, we understand the Immaculate Conception. Well, we actually even differ than Catholics on this because they think the Immaculate Conception was Mary. That she was immaculately conceived, and therefore, when she got pregnant with Jesus, it was also immaculate.
Well, it's a very small sect. I don't think that's.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, we're not Catholics, so
No.
I'm just kind of.
But even that little belief is a very, very small. Most the Catholic Church itself, they decry that. They denounce that as well. They don't accept that because that
So
part
the
about
leaders in the Catholic Church are saying no, Mary was still human.
no. What they're saying is that Mary's Immaculate Conception wasn't like Jesus's. That it was her parents were beyond birthing years. It's kind of like Abraham and them, right? That she was a what's the word? Just a miracle, basically, because they were past prime. They was no longer able to have children, and then she comes along. So it was a work, but it wasn't a virgin type conception birth. There is a very small writing that I read one time, and others have read it too, where that was being pushed. But the Catholic Church has come out and said, no, we don't believe that. We don't agree with that.
I don't know.
No.
Like as early as last week, I had Catholics telling me that Mary was completely sinless, and she was the Immaculate Conception. And
yeah, that's different than the virgin birth, Immaculate Conception. What their take on her being sinless and was born without sin and all that kind of stuff, that's a whole different thing now.
Yeah.
But that's a religious discussion. We're not going to get into that.
Yeah, that's differences in theology there.
Yeah.
So.
But these guys, Doe and T, Marshall and Bonnie here, they take heresy and blasphemy to a whole new level with their, and most of these do.
Yeah. I say they took elements of Christianity and everything, but it's so very drastically warped from anything biblical that like it's a completely different thing in my mind now.
Oh yeah.
Like it's nowhere near true.
Oh no, they like I said, they use just enough of it to make it plausible, and then they twist it, you know. And like I said, the devils and the demons, they can quote scripture better than most Christians can.
Yep.
It's not anything to do with knowing scripture. It's what you do with it.
Exactly. And I think we've mentioned it in earlier episodes and everything that we actually do think that a lot of these cults are demonically influenced.
Oh, I think 99% of them are.
I mean, it has to be,
absolutely
because
do.
a lot of them are so drastically perverting the word of God
Mhm.
that's to me, that's all it can be.
I agree. And like I said, they prey upon these people and their human nature of searching for something. Like I said earlier, people have a hole in their soul, and they latch onto that,
It's a God-shaped hole.
and then they start packing it full of their crap, and their people are so human beings were created to worship and to follow God.
Like I said, you talk about the hole in the soul. It's a God-shaped hole,
And
people try to fill that hole with anything that they possibly can.
And when people are searching for God, but they don't call him by name, you have these nefarious people that are offering up things that seem a lot easier, and it just so happened to fill this, whatever your hole is, we can fill it with this. And they'll mix it and shape it and move it
Which
to make
sounds really
it go.
dirty, y'all, but it's not. I promise. We're talking about like filling holes.
And and that's what they do is they find exactly what they think that they find out what you feel like you're missing, and then that's what they start trying to give you.
They're, again, like we've talked about before, the psychology of these leaders. They are very, very, very good at honing in on a weakness.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's something about them that it seems almost psychic in a way, like that they know exactly, okay, well, this person is going to differ from that one. So here's how I reach this person, but here's how I'm going to reach that person, and still tie it into their own propaganda, basically.
Yep.
Still tie it into their own core belief.
Yeah.
I mean, it's actually amazing how the cult leaders function this way.
Well, I think that's why most of the most successful cults are based on religion, whatever that religion may be, usually Christianity. But that's why they work, is because they have that base. They have that universal
appeal.
Yeah, appeal. But anyways, back to Bonnie and daggum Marshall. Bonnie winds up getting a divorce from her husband after she meets Marshall and decides that their stars are aligned. And then that's, we mentioned that earlier. They go to Oregon. That's when they really, now years have passed before they make it to Oregon. And they have built this whole.
Yeah, they met in 1972, and this did not all come to fruition until 1997. And so we're talking nearly 20 years.
Well, 7, yeah. So they build this whole belief system on top of it. And I think that you have Bonnie at this point weaving this web and creating this story. And you have Marshall.
I think Marshall was actually the first follower.
And you have Marshall, who I believe had the mental instability. That's why they met in the psychiatric ward. So I think that Marshall was interjecting his thoughts process too into it to build this belief system. But yeah, like Laura just said, I think Marshall would actually technically be the first follower, would be the first victim, if you will, of this cult.
Yes, for all intents and purposes, Bonnie started this.
Yeah, like she said, we both believe that Bonnie is the mastermind, and Bonnie's the one who created this cult at the base in the beginning.
Yeah, her core beliefs with the UFOs, with the mysticism and everything, formed the basis of everything that Heaven's Gate stood for and believed in.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, she was the original leader. She just kind of took him in as, I guess, like a protege almost.
Well, she took him in because you remember the monk had told her that one was coming, her equal was coming, and then the psychic that read her future told her, described him, and then she found him at that psychiatric thing. And then sure enough, if you look hard enough, you're eventually going to find something. Well, sure enough, their stars were aligned or whatever.
And keep in mind, like these kind of psychics and everything, when they tell you stuff like that, they're going off the most generic description of a person they can possibly get.
Yeah, because she said light skin, which could be any kind of white guy.
Yeah.
And then light hair could have been white hair, blonde hair, light brown, anything other than black, basically. It leaves a lot open to interpretation, and they do that on purpose, because that way, if you get too specific, then they can be proven wrong easier. So, but yeah, she didn't just luck onto him. I mean, she kind of had a list to look for, and he actually filled the list up.
Yeah. And he might have not even been the first person she encountered like that, but the first person she encountered that looked like that she knew she could control in a way.
Possibly.
If he was a patient in that psychiatric hospital and she was the nurse there, I mean, that right there, that's the position of authority. You know, the being able to exert their will and, you know, their mentality over another person. That's that narcissistic personality that we always talk about in leaders.
Yeah. And that possibly, I don't know.
But so we have this is speculation on our part. This is us just doing what we normally do and discussing something while I'm baking.
I think that description of him that was planted in her mind is what led her to him. Because if they would, here's why. It aligned well enough that it worked out. But if she had got a description of a dark-haired, bearded man or something, that's who sought out.
Yeah.
It wouldn't have been Applewhite. It would have been somebody else.
Exactly. She would have been on alert. Like if she saw somebody that looked like that, she would have gone up and initiated a conversation with them, because that's what she had in her mind. That's the image.
And remember, that image was implanted just shortly before she actually saw it.
Yeah.
So it's not like a long time. I've seen a few days and I've seen a couple of weeks written on.
Yeah.
So, but either way, pretty short time. So it was fresh in mind. She was actively looking and saw him, and boom, there it was. Yeah. So
I mean, if you, like you said, the stars kind of aligned on this one.
I think you talk about the narcissistic thing is that Applewhite, I don't know how narcissistic he was. It kind of starts showing up more as he got older, and you see it, but I don't know his tendencies before as a younger man. But I know that he was a music teacher and very creative and all that. And
he originally wanted, I think, to be a preacher like his father. But because of his musical talent, they said that that's what led him into a teaching position.
Yeah.
Which, very, very similar, because preacher to me is basically a teacher. Just of a highly specialized area of expertise, basically.
Yeah, he, by all accounts, was a master musician. And
so very talented.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, I don't have no proof of it, but I'm assuming very intelligent.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to be.
Because, like I said, he was a professor and he taught music too at some college. Actually, in 1961 and 62, he was a music instructor at the University of Alabama in Tuscaloosa.
So yeah, right
for
here
2
in our
years.
neck of the woods.
Ha ha. I think he went on and taught at a couple other universities, and that's actually where, not at Alabama, but not at Alabama, but the other school is where he got into the problem with the student or the grad student and everything, and had to leave. Basically told to leave, or he was going to get fired and all this stuff. So that's really when he started going downhill.
Resignation, basically.
Yeah, that's when it was about to go downhill. It was about to come out that he had alleged homosexual relationships with that student and all that kind of stuff. So, and that's right before he winds up, air quotes, visiting a friend in the psychiatric hospital.
Yeah, and we have no way of knowing this for sure, but we assume that he wasn't visiting anybody. He was just a patient there. That's our personal assumption. And everybody who I think has seen the videos and everything of him, because they're everywhere now.
Yeah.
You've all seen this guy. Like, yeah, he comes off as just bonkers.
Yeah, you can see that you know they talk about having crazy eyes. That saying. Well, there you go. He's got them.
But I've always said, like, at least when it comes to women, because that's always the joke that goes around with the crazy eyes. If you can see all of the whites of their eyes, like, dude, run.
Yeah.
And you can see all of this man's eyes in these videos.
Oh,
so
absolutely.
Straight up crazy eyes.
Very much so. Let's see what else.
Obviously, not any kind of professional diagnosis by us, but
now let's see. This is all throughout the 70s. Is when they're doing this, and into the 80s. They're slowly growing their followers. The rules are beginning to take shape of what they have to do and what they can't do. Now, we mentioned earlier that they have to give away all their worldly possessions. So anytime first off, to become a member, you had to take a detox to clean your soul and your spirit and your body.
Yeah.
And the detox was a drink that had lemonade, I think it was, red peppers, and
probably like one of those juices you see the girls
yeah,
doing all the
it
time,
was
like
water,
lemon juice, cayenne.
Yeah, it was water based with lemon. That's what it was. It was lemon water, cayenne peppers, and a maple syrup mixed in.
Yeah.
And now it wasn't a fast. It was just a cleanse that they had to do. That's the only thing they could drink was that.
During this cleanse, though, usually you're not allowed to eat or drink anything else either. Like, you're not allowed to have like actual food.
This cleanse wasn't like that.
Okay.
This is the only thing they was allowed to drink, this cleanse. They did have a fasting day once a month, but this was the only thing they were allowed to drink because the cleanse took 3 months to cleanse your spirit. So there's no way you could do just that fasting
without food
for 3 months.
Else, so.
And basically it was a test to see who was willing to, who they could control, who was willing to do what they wanted them to do.
Bought into it enough to go through with it.
Yeah, exactly. It was basically a test that D or Doe and T had come up with to figure out who they could manipulate, who they knew they could really reel in.
Because if you were serious enough to go through months of that,
yep.
And everything I've heard about that particular mix for a cleanse, like I have known girls who have like started laughing and pooped themselves because like it's incontrollable at this point. It actually is like flushing your entire system out.
Yeah, they say it's worse than eating Taco Bell. Eating Taco Bell and drinking coffee at the same time, not a good mix.
So yeah, I mean, if you're willing to go through all of that, there's not much else you're probably going to say no to.
Yeah. Well, and then the next thing they had to do is get rid of worldly possessions. So once you made
and that's at least standard for most cults.
Once you made their cleansing and you made it into the cult, you had to give the cult everything. You had to sell all your possessions. You had to turn away all
close all bank accounts.
Yeah, everything that was worldly you had to get rid of, and everything that was worldly you had to get rid of and donate the proceeds to the cult to help focus the what would you call it, the mission, the family,
Yeah.
So that was one of the first things that you had to do. Well, one of the rules that, again, like the leaders of this cult were different than a lot of the cults, and they really stood out because, number one, they was man and female that was leading, co-leaders. You don't see that a lot. And then
with the female, mostly at the helm, basically.
And then, but they weren't a couple; they were separated. They were the two witnesses at the wall, so they wasn't a compilation of the two of them. They were two individuals that led as one head of this cult, but they lived separate lives. Not lives. They just basically slept in different rooms. They had his room and her room type deal.
Yeah, that was another part of it is the removal of the followers' individuality. any relationship you had with anybody, it didn't matter if you came into this group and everything as a married couple, you were no longer married to them.
Yeah, we watched the documentary earlier, and one of the main characters in this documentary had come in with his girlfriend, and he calls her even today, or when the documentary was filmed a few years ago, the love of his life. And they had a shared infatuation and love for UFOs and space travel and all that kind of stuff. And then when they saw that flyer about the UFO, that's what they caught attention. That's how they got into it. But he said when they arrived as a couple, that's one of the things that was explained to them, is that you can't have that distraction for your spirit and your soul. So there was no more couples. You couldn't have physical relationship at all. It was
you were supposed to suppress that sexual desire. That, I mean, especially when you're younger like that. Everybody's got this.
It was male and female. Everything was to be celibate.
Yeah.
While in this cult.
They even had one of the survivors was talking about another member or whatever. They called it. It wasn't sin that they called it. What was it? Slippage is what they called it. So if they slipped up, basically, was their version of sin.
Yeah.
But this guy admitted that he had a nocturnal emission, which
let's build to that first. So any kind of slippage would include, of course, after they broke up with everybody, people still having sex. Well, they kind of started cracking down on that, and so sex went away completely. Even masturbation, male and female, that was slippage. Therefore sinful, so that had to go away.
There still was that sexual desire in you, and that was not okay.
One of the guys talked about, well, you can't control your mind, so you would have these fantasies and these thoughts. Well, that was slippage, so that was a sin. So then the rule was made to, well, you can't do that anymore. You can't even have those thoughts anymore. And this is where the guy finally talks about having the nocturnal emission.
Yeah, which, I mean, as we know, is basically, to put it crudely, a wet dream.
Yeah.
And look, I'm sorry. Like, to me, that one, dreams are completely subconscious. You have no control over what you dream of. So, I mean, this was completely outside of this guy's control. He couldn't stop it. He didn't start it. Nothing. It was just something that happened. But this is when it starts getting a little more extreme. Because now when, he admits and he owns up to his slippage, which is a very weird term to now use in the context of a wet dream, but now we're going to see them start talking about castration, because it was necessary to get rid of that sexual urge, that desire and everything, which, again, completely normal for every single human being on earth. Like, a sexual desire is an instinct. So they're now talking about getting rid of this entire instinct itself.
Yep.
So they start leading up to and talking about castrations and everything until they finally decide to do it.
Well, the way they talk, and most guys immediately think, well, that's it, I'm out. There's no way I'm going to do that.
I think most of, like you, Rick, like our other guy listeners and everything, everybody here is like, yep, I'm out, done.
That's kind of the ending point for me. That's the step too far.
Because this was not like chemical castration they were talking about. It was not drugs.
No, it was physical.
Yeah, they were actually going to like cut things.
And the reason that they were able to talk a lot of them into it was tied into biblical scripture. They said the part of the scripture talks about if your right eye offends, you cut it from your body, and your same thing with your hand. It's better to cut your hand off than lose your whole body into the fires of hell.
Yeah, exactly.
So they was, and I know I'm paraphrasing all that. I apologize. I should have looked it up and got the right scriptures. But either way,
everybody knows exactly the scripture you're talking about.
So that's the scripture they were using to justify and pervert this butchery of the male anatomy here.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what it was, because the first time they did this was absolutely horrific.
Yeah, it was just Okay, first off, this was already after Bonnie passed away.
Oh, we needed to talk about that.
Well, but we're in the midst of this right now.
Yeah.
This is when they had their house in California, I think.
I think they were already in California when they were doing this.
Yeah, because this was towards the end. And so they had this house that everybody kind of lived in, and they had houses that surrounded it all on the same kind of street in this area, very, very close where all the followers lived. And
yeah, not a compound, but they basically
it wasn't a compound, but they were all within walking very, very close distance to each other. If needed, they could walk to one another, but they had cars and stuff. But anyways, one of their followers was a nurse, and the nurse decides to do it like they're on the kitchen table.
Yeah. Now they actually had one guy. He's a survivor. He's in the at least the People Magazine Investigates documentary on this.
Yeah, and that's People Magazine Investigates is the name of the show.
Yeah, and they actually have an entire subsect of that show that's just for cults.
Yeah, if you search it up, it's People Magazine's.
People Magazine Investigates.
People Magazine Investigates, and then cults.
If anybody has a Discovery Plus app or whatever, it's on there, and I highly recommend it.
Yeah, and then you can find it. It's like, I think it's in season 2, episode 3 or something.
Yeah.
But it actually talks about the Heaven's Gate when it's easy to find, and this is one of the guys that is highly. I mean, he's prominent in this documentary.
Yeah, and he's the one I think that actually even to this day still believes that they were who they said they were. But he actually volunteered to be the first person to be castrated.
Now he's
what
the one
they did was I think they drew names or something.
No, he's the one that was professing openly that he was slipping a lot with masturbation.
Right.
That he was a young man, so he was still not sneaking out because he lived in his own house, but he was still going out to the bars and meeting women and stuff like that, but he wasn't following through because he was following the rules of the cult, but he was still masturbating.
Yeah, he was not having a sexual relationship with anybody, but he was fantasizing.
And because he believed the only way for his soul to be cleansed enough that he could move forward into this afterlife to the higher realm was to take that desire away from him. So he volunteered to be the first one to be castrated.
Yeah, but I think it was kind of a lottery type deal.
The second guy challenged him. He says, "No, I want to be the first one," and they flipped a coin.
Yeah, and the first guy, the one that we're talking about, I can't remember his name now. He lost that coin toss.
He lost the coin toss.
And it was after this first man was castrated right there in the main house, basically, that they were like, we probably need this to be done in an actual clinical setting. Because, again, they didn't go to a hospital. They didn't go to a doctor's office. I mean, they had no professional help for this at all. It was brutal. I mean, I don't want to go into details on that, but it was, I think every guy here can imagine how brutal that was. They
gave a local anesthetic, so there was some numbing,
Some, I guess it's better than none.
Yeah, they didn't knock him out or nothing, put him under. It was a local anesthetic that they used. They cut open what needed to be cut open, removed what needed to be removed, sewed them back up. And like I said, this was a nurse that was doing it. But
he was fully awake during all of this.
Yeah, fully awake and had a group of people around watching it happen too. And they said that after it was done, they was talking about prepping the next person and all this stuff when they was going to do it. They said the scrotum was visibly swelling on the table.
Yeah.
And the local anesthetic started wearing off, and the guy started screaming in pain. And that the stitches busted open. There was blood going everywhere.
Awful.
It was terrible. So yes,
I'm not even a guy, and that's barbaric.
Yeah, when I said it was a butchering of the male anatomy, it was absolutely a butchering.
Yeah, because these people had no professional training. They didn't know what they were doing.
Right.
So, but yeah, I think after that was they started okay, we just need to find a doctor who'll do this.
Yeah, and what's crazy is, of all the male followers, and I don't have the exact number, only one bought. Everyone, all the other males was like, yeah, let's do this, until the butchering happened. And then it's like, oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
And they did say that they would continue doing them if and when they found a doctor and a hospital or a clinic that would actually do the surgery.
Not that first man was not the only one that was castrated, but he was the only one castrated
at home. Yeah, and the guy
and that's what's wild. Like these men that saw it were like, okay, it's not enough to tell me I shouldn't do it, but I just don't want to do it like this.
Well, our survivor that we was talking about, and he was the one that was struggling with the slippage. He saw this botched castration and he kind of realized, hey, this isn't going to work. I can't stop with these thoughts like I thought I could. And this medical answer is not the right answer for me. So he winds up ultimately leaving the cult, not because he didn't believe, but because he felt he was unworthy and he would never be worthy. That's why he left.
I say he wasn't strong enough to do what he thought they needed him to do. So
it turns out that it worked out for him, but he even says that he fully, to this day, or at the time of the documentary, he fully believes that D and T were who they said they were.
Yeah, to this day, he still is a believer, technically. So there was another survivor that I do want to mention, because it was actually his job in IT, because these people were professionals. They did actually get other jobs. That's how they helped support the group. But his job, like his actual 9-to-5 job, basically, he said that his boss made him feel special because not everybody could do what he was trained to do, his specialty. So it made him feel special. And he was like, and then I would go home and there's nothing special about me. I'm not supposed to be special. I'm not supposed to stand out. That job actually saved that man's life.
Right.
So I do think that's worth noting. But we actually should talk about where things started to fall apart, because now we're getting into the years leading up to the mass suicide event.
Well, there was a lot of signs, even when Bonnie was alive, that it wasn't what it cracked out to be, because they kept having to change their story.
Yeah. The predictions never came true, so they kept having to adjust. I think they had 3 or 4 before the Hale-Bopp comet.
A few of the adjustments were like, oh, this is just a test to see who the true believers were. That was some of their examples. The other examples was, the dark side, the dark entities are fighting against us, trying to keep us from going home, with some of their excuses. So yeah, the enemy, basically, their version of Satan, was preventing it from happening because, didn't want them to go to the next level. Yeah, there was always an excuse of why it didn't happen this time. It was never their fault. And then we see Bonnie gets cancer. Yeah, and this was in the 80s at this point, because she passes away in 85. And so Bonnie gets cancer, which wasn't supposed to happen, and gets sick about it. And they kind of hide her away a little bit, too, from the group. This is really when we see Marshall kind of stepping up to the leadership role. And Marshall was always the better speaker and the better communicator. So people were used to seeing him up front talking. Right. But they noticed that Bonnie was absent a lot, and there was no real reason why. So those questionings beginning to build in the cult. And there were some members that didn't live close enough nearby, but once a week, Bonnie and Marshall would still come to them for teachings and all that kind of stuff. And then they noticed that one week they just didn't show up. Right. And it turns out Bonnie had actually succumbed to her cancer. Yep. Which again was never supposed to happen. They were not supposed to get sick. They were not supposed to die of natural causes. The way they had preached it and taught it was the two of them were going to be murdered, and they were going to lay in the street and for 3.5 days, and then ascend up, basically be beamed up into a spaceship, and then they were going to come back down in new bodies to lead the cult home. Yeah, I mean, it was almost identical to the two witnesses of the wall in Revelation. So I mean, that was their plan. That's what they had sold this cult on, was what's going to happen. But now, and even though none of the predictions came true, that part never changed. Yeah. But now all of a sudden,
Bonnie's sick.
Her body's failing, and it ultimately does fail.
And it kills her.
So one of the witnesses has died, and according to their religion and their thought and their teachings, that can't happen. But here it is, and it's happened.
But the way Marshall realized, and this really sucks because we mentioned earlier that Bonnie still stayed very close to her daughter Terry. And it took Marshall Applewhite a full year after she died, to get up the courage to tell Terry that her mother is dead. And he still didn't even do it himself. He sent her an audio recording in the mail.
Yep.
And I wish I could have found that clip, but I was kind of running out of time today. But if I do find it, like a lot of these clips that we're not going to show, I'll put them up on our page on X and everything. But yeah, he didn't even have the courage to tell her himself that her mother had died. And she admits in the documentary, I felt very cheated.
Mm-hmm.
Like they robbed me of my right to say goodbye to my mother, to have those final moments with her.
Right. And that was something that was common too, because once you entered into the cult, you was told that your family no longer has any rights to you.
Yeah.
That is actually a sin for the family to believe that they have rights to you anymore.
Yeah, and there's some heartbreaking phone calls. There was one family member that after they realized their daughter was in this cult and everything and wasn't allowed to talk to them, they actually installed a recording device on their phone. And a month later, they had their final conversation with their daughter. And it's just heartbreaking because, that, again, it's the last time they ever spoke to her.
Yeah, she was allowed to call her family once every 30 days. And the family set that recording up and recorded the conversation. And I don't know if they knew about the recording, so therefore those monthly phone calls ended, or if it was just timed out where I'm not sure exactly what ended them at the time, but
but that one's heartbreaking.
Her final conversation was the one that actually was able to record.
I say it ends with the mother telling her, I love you so much. I need you to know that I love you. And me as a mother, like I'm crying listening to that because I can't imagine having to say that to the tiny tyrant and not even knowing if I'm ever going to speak to her again after that.
Right.
That's beyond comprehension for me.
Yeah.
But after Bonnie dies and everything, like Marshall's got to scramble. He's got to adjust because this flies in the face of everything for years that they've been teaching their followers.
Because at this point they had been taught that they would have a new body.
Murdered, basically. They were
just for their followers. That their followers would basically get a new body. That it's not a new body. Their physical body would be made whole and perfect. It's not like they turn it and they twist it into something different. Yeah. But it used to be what they was teaching, that their body that you're in now will be made whole and perfect. But once, just like her and him would die for 3 days and then come back, go to the spaceship, come back down whole, that's what the followers were told would happen to them as well. Just not the 3.5 days wait. It would be immediate. Yeah,
but they were the two that were never really supposed to die an earthly death, basically. So when this happened to Bonnie, Marshall now has to figure out a way to adjust, to explain this to his followers in a way that makes sense.
Well, yeah, it's because she does have the earthly death. She has a natural death. And that's what they were not supposed to happen, was a natural death.
So he starts telling them, well, she just found out a different way to get to the next level.
Yeah, that the next level, the aliens had, what's the word I'm looking for? They had advanced, they had changed the parameters here. That they had found a better way and a more efficient way to get you to the next level.
And I do think, because we were talking about this earlier, I do think that is the catalyst. I think that's what set that chain of events into play for this mass suicide, was Bonnie's death.
Well,
because Marshall had to explain to them, okay, here's the better way to get to the next level. You have to die here.
Well, it lasts another 12 years after this. So, I mean, he makes it believable.
you got to keep in mind, even the most staunch believer at this point is probably going to balk at killing themselves.
Yeah.
If you try to do it like immediately after Bonnie's death.
Yeah. So what Applewhite does, he changes the parameters here. He says Bonnie found a new way, or
she found a better way to get to that next
Bonnie
level.
was revealed to her a better way,
Right.
and that she took it basically. And that the human body that they had been told would be made new was no longer anything other than nothing other than a vessel for their spirit and their soul. And it kind of works well because if you remember, they had to take this 3-month cleansing to even become a member. So the body just being a vessel, a shell basically for that spirit, actually kind of plays into their favor here. But now they do have a earthly physical death, and the spirit or soul goes up into the spaceship where they're made whole there on a spiritual plane, because you remember it is the elevated level above human. So they don't even are promised a body anymore at this point. So that's how he turns it, that they had been given a gift, and it was shown through the passing of Bonnie, and that she was chosen to represent this and to show everybody
how to do it,
how it should be done.
So, yeah, her death, I think, was the absolute catalyst for all this. I think if she hadn't died, I don't think the suicide would have happened.
Oh, behind the scenes, I think that that Marshall's reeling, because you see the escalation of everything coming. Then he really ties into the slippage being a horrible thing, the castrations, the rules start tightening more and more. The followers have to all go back to work and work. All their money goes back into paying for.
All the money belongs to the group.
Yeah,
basically.
I mean, you see he's reeling here, and he starts.
I mean, he even chokes up in the audio recording to Bonnie's daughter, Terry.
Yeah.
Like, you can hear him say, you know, how much he loved her and everything, and his voice is cracking. You can actually tell that he did care about this woman.
I think that it is more that his again, quotes, his faith was cracked. That he honestly bought into what he was selling. Yeah. He was drinking his own liquor.
Yeah.
And so when Bonnie, his soulmate, dies that physical death, it rots him. He doesn't know. I think he's lost too at this point. He doesn't know what to believe at this point either. Because I believe he was full in on this. He bought it all.
Yeah, like we said at the beginning, I think that's what sets him apart specifically from the other cult leaders that, you know, we've already talked about and will talk about later. But is that he actually, I think, believed all of this.
Mm-hmm.
I think he truly did believe that they were all going to go to like heaven in a spaceship. And
yeah, he again, that's why I keep falling back on him being in that the meeting in the psychiatric hospital. I believe he was a patient there, or is at least seeking some sort of a medical help there. He may not have been a patient who was full time there, but I think he was going there to talk to people and to get treatment.
Very well could be, and I think that tracks very, very well for just the mentality we see with him over the years. Because again, I think he was basically the first follower.
Oh yeah,
because Bonnie was the leader and everything, and she got him first.
And now that she's gone, he has to lead this himself.
That's he was the right hand and everything, but like you said, that was, if there is such a thing as soulmates and everything, that was his.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know what to do now. Mm-hmm. So he has to make her death make sense in the context of their beliefs.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he carries this on for another 12 years after her death. So there was a lot of codependence between him and the followers, I believe.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, followers came and went. There were a handful of the true diehards that stuck around for all these years.
There was some that made it like the full 20 years worth of followers.
So, I mean, we do see it, but towards the end, there were only about 38 of them left.
Yeah.
And with all of the predictions, all of the teachings and everything, all of them not panning out, and them having to constantly adjust the story, adjust the prophecy, adjust the beliefs and everything over a celestial event.
Yeah, this was in
A major celestial event.
This was, of course, now we already mentioned earlier, March 26, 1997. And a lot of people out there that follow space and all the goings on up there. We got one show that comes on called The Lost Wanderer, so I'm sure that he is very familiar with
I
this.
wanted Jeff to come on, but I invited him, I think, too late.
And that show comes on Sunday nights.
Yeah, usually.
Great show, wonderful show. But anyways, it's all about space. So I'm sure he was familiar with March 26, 1997 for other reasons. And but
maybe that's how he came here.
The Hale-Bopp comet is coming through, and that's a big deal. Everybody was looking for that.
I was 10 years old in 1997, but I remember learning about the Hale-Bopp comet in school and everything because I was in 5th grade. We did all these projects about it because it was a huge deal because it only comes around like once in like never, basically.
Like 2,000 years or something. But here it is. It's coming, and it's got a long tail on it, and it's a beautiful sight. So, but that's not the kicker that really set this in motion. Somewhere there's a rumor pop up that there was trailing the Hale-Bopp comet was a spaceship, and again,
like in the tail of
the comet, there was supposedly a large spaceship that was following
using the tail of the comet to hide, basically.
Right. So Doe or Marshall, I think he sees that as an opportunity.
Yeah, that's the only opportunity he's going to get. It's a major celestial event. So, of course, with them being so obsessed with the cosmos, with space, with all this kind of stuff, with UFOs, this comet is, you could call it a godsend for him.
Yeah, he finally sees the answer for what I think he was probably feeling lost too, or at least,
adrift, maybe. I don't know. I mean,
what's the right word? It's like he was feeling down. He was feeling depressed or just sad about the events going on. Just looking for an answer because, like I said, Bonnie's been gone. He's not really getting, the dates are coming and passing, nothing's happening. But now here comes this next comet, and I'm sure that got his attention. But then when the scuttlebutt hits that, oh, wait, there's something trailing this comet, we think it's a spaceship. And, of course, that takes off running. That's this whole thing, oh, there's a spaceship following the comet. I think he honestly hears that and buys in, finally, this is it. They're coming to get us.
Yeah.
I don't think he says, ooh, this is a way out. I think he honestly, hey, this is it. They're coming. This is finally here.
He had all these years even to not just convince his followers and everything that they did have to die in these earthly bodies in order to go to the next level. But I think he, in a way, probably had to convince himself too, because I don't think he was quite there yet.
I think this was the answer. I think this comet by itself wouldn't have worked. But when somebody other than him and his followers, says there's a spaceship, that to him was all the convincing he needed that this is real, that it's really happening this time.
The rest of us, I remember hearing about that too. And again, I'm 10 years old, and even I was thinking that's crazy, But for somebody like Applewhite, whose mentality is already there, this is absolutely just, again, to I guess kind of put that religious spin on it. For him, this is a godsend.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like I said, I think he actually buys in that this is his answer, not just a way out to get out of this mess, but this is the answer he was looking for.
And I mean, if I remember right, and I mean, keep in mind I was young at the time, but like we knew that this comet was coming for like months before it came.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was all in the news. Like there were documentaries and stuff I remember watching. Like we watched the Discovery Channel when I was little, and all the news things about it because it was such a huge deal because it does not come around very often.
Right.
And it's not, or at least visible to us. But as the time gets closer now, there's 38 members left. There's 38 that have stuck around. They're what I call the true believers. There's 38 of them left plus Applewhite. So 39 of them total in Heaven's Gate. But these other members, and I'll post this on our X page too, these members actually recorded basically goodbyes to their families. They were called exit interviews, basically. And all of them look happy.
Yeah.
What's amazing to me, and the youngest member, I think they said, was 25 years old, and the oldest was in her 70s.
Yeah.
But when you look at these videos, and I've got the entire compilation, but it's like 2 hours long, so we didn't want to play it tonight, obviously. They all look happy. They look at peace. Some of them look excited, like they're happy about this.
Well, yeah, this is what they was wanting. I mean, they even have uniforms made up with patches.
Yeah,
these patches was called the away team because he said that's what they were. That they had been there before. They've been away, and now they're coming back to get us.
It was identical dark clothing, like basically like black like sweatpants or exercise pants.
There's black tops with the patch,
top,
black pants, black Nikes with a white swoosh on them.
Yeah. And then they did this in increments. There were 15. This happened over the course of 2 days.
Talk about the Nikes. A lot of people talk about the Nikes. They picked them because the slogan was, just do it. I think other people's report, and I tend to believe with them. At the time, Nikes, that brand was one of the cheapest shoes you could get.
Yeah, it did
and
not
the fact
have
that
the brand recognition it does today.
Yeah, and these cult leader, this whole cult, they wasn't a rich cult. They didn't have a lot of money coming in. So I think the uniform they chose, including the Nikes, was just out of convenience. I don't think there's anything more to it.
It was just frugal for them. So.
Right. But they have plenty of time coming. And again, you talk about them being excited. Someone other than one of them is the first people that said the spaceship was coming. If someone inside the cult would have said, ooh, there's a spaceship behind it, that's a different feeling.
Yeah.
This is
it came from outside the group.
That spaceship, their home ship, their saviors was identified from an outsider.
From an outside source.
It was on the news.
Yeah.
So that was all
legitimacy.
Yeah, it was legitimate now. That was all the justification they needed. They were all convinced this time it's real because someone else saw it before we did.
Yeah, and keep in mind, these were the true believers, the diehard group members. They bought into all this hook, line, and sinker. They absolutely believed it.
Oh, yes, absolutely. These were the
So when they hear this, it is confirmation of everything they have spent years.
And it was confirmed by an outside source, which adds it to legitimacy.
I say everything just, it all fell into place, like one domino right after the other.
And like I said, I'm saying that just basically for myself, really, to try to wrap my mind around how they can take this next step. And that's me rationalizing it and thinking logically on it is how
looking at it from the outside too, like you weren't in it.
Because this happens, like you said, you was alluding to, and you're about to get into it. This isn't a one and done. It's over real quick. This suicide, it goes over the course of the way they play it out because they have to do it in steps.
Yeah.
But I'll let you tell that part.
Yeah, this in total, all 39 members, the deaths and everything happened over the course of 2 days.
Mm-hmm.
They were discovered on the 26th, but probably from 24th, 25th is, well, I don't know. They were found decomposing in various states of decomposition.
Whatever
they were found on the 26th,
night the Hellbot passed over was the night they done the
Yeah, they were discovered on March 26 in various stages of decomposition. But the experts, the forensics, show that over the course of at least 2 days, 15 members were the first wave. They were the first ones to commit suicide. And I don't have the exact order. I have all the names and everything, which we'll do our in memoriam later. I don't know which ones were in that first wave or the second wave or that last, because it was 15 on one day, 15 on the second day, and then the rest of the 9.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this took time, but it had to, because if you look at the photos and everything that were released, they have purple shrouds draping them. People who are in the throes of dying, and they did this with barbiturates and alcohol, which barbiturates will make you extremely sleepy. So combined with the alcohol and everything, you basically just stop breathing.
Well, what it was is the police, when the survivor that we was talking about earlier, he's the one that called it in.
Yeah.
Because when they said that, one of the survivors realized that, oh crap.
When they got the video, wasn't it?
When they realized that these people were missing, that they had lost contact right after this Hellbot come over, they called the police saying, go check this out, because these cult members, my friends, are missing. So they call it in. The one that you was thinking about saw it on TV, and he realized immediately what had happened because he saw the police lines.
I thought somebody had got one of the quote unquote exit interviews in the mail and turned it in.
But I said, when the police get there, they set up, and the camera crews arrive. They start filming. Hey, something's going on at the scene of a mass suicide. The other survivor, the one we was talking about earlier, that almost got castrated, he sees it on TV and he realizes what had happened, puts 2 and 2 together, and he actually feels remorse that he missed it.
Yeah. He's upset that he was not one of them.
Now he says, I'm glad I'm alive, but he still says he misses his trip, so he's not sure what his purpose is. Either way, it's pretty sad. But so while that's going on, when the police are investigating it, and they said that when they open up the door, the smell just hits them. So
and we live in the country, and we've actually, we get mice in the house on occasion and whatnot, and every now and then, like we had one get trapped up under our dishwasher once. And I remember telling Daniel, I can smell something. Something is dead. That's not a smell that you can mistake for anything else. Mm-hmm. I mean, it's just not. So
the police on their investigation, as soon as they smell it, they immediately enter in to go. And like I said, we mentioned earlier that all these cult members lived apart from one another, but for this event, they had brought in bunk beds and they made makeshift pallets with mattresses all in the main house, which
they all wanted to be together. The mansion,
which was Marshall's home, and they do find Marshall in the main bedroom, laid out on the bed, but in the other rooms, they were bunk beds. They were makeshift pallets with plywood, all of them on mattresses, but still, all 39 was in this one house.
Yeah.
The way they had done you mentioned the whatever you call it, the medicine they used.
Barbiturates.
Yeah, it was crushed up in pudding.
Yeah.
And they ate the pudding, and the vodka. I don't know if the vodka was in the pudding or not, if they just drank that. I don't know. But they actually put a dust mask, like those cheap ones you get from Home Depot, just the dust filter mask, nothing fancy. And then tied plastic bags, taped plastic bags over their heads. And then they lay down. And that medicine and all that stuff that they use basically makes you pass out. It just makes you go to sleep.
I mean, taking enough of it, it will render you unconscious.
Exactly. That's what they did. It's
going to make you sleepy no matter what, but usually when doctors prescribe stuff like that, it's in a very low dosage so that it doesn't kill you, because it is actually a respiratory suppressant.
Yeah, that's the thing. They knew it would first off, you would go to sleep, and then that medicine is already a suppressant for the respiratory system, coupled with the mask, which was supposed to stop basically if you was to vomit, it was to kind of keep that from going,
You wouldn't make a mess of yourself.
Yeah. And then the plastic bag kind of guaranteed that the respiratory failure would happen.
To turn a phrase, they were dead serious.
Yeah.
About their suicides.
Yep.
They were absolutely not intending whatsoever to survive this.
Yeah, they planned it out specifically. And again, every one of them was willing. They wanted this to happen because they was fully committed. They fully believed this spaceship was going to take them.
And at the same time, they needed certain people. I think this is the reason they did it in stages, because that first 15, they were found with purple covers, purple coverings over their, torso and their heads and everything, like almost burial clothes in a way. It was a sign of respect. But yeah, if they all did this all at the same time, there would be nobody to put the purple covering on the rest of the bodies. And
the police found in the kitchen all the supplies to make the concoctions, the puddings and everything. And then they found written instructions that each person had that told them what to do. And then for the first wave, and then the second wave had instructions on how to prep the bodies of the first wave. And then they would go lay down. They would take their medicine and lay down. The last person to die was the nurse. And because they found her with laying out just like everybody else, but no purple cover.
Yeah.
So which means there was no one left to put the purple drape over her.
Unless she laid down and did it herself, there's still no guarantee that it would have stayed on her.
Yeah. Well, they said that they found her last without the covering and everything. So so that tends to say like you're saying, it happened in ways you had to have somebody there to finish the deaths.
Yeah.
To take care of the bodies, basically, to prep them. Again,
they were trying to do this. You got to give it to them. They were trying to do it as tastefully as possible, with as much respect as they possibly could.
If all the cults we've looked at, this is the most together one, honestly.
And
so far,
all of them are heartbreaking, but to me, it's almost worse because there were people they knew to, like, okay, you got to stay behind, handle those bodies. Mm-hmm. Then you third group, y'all are going to stay behind to handle the second group's bodies.
And then just imagine being that nurse, the last one to handle it
all of the other bodies.
Mm-hmm. And then you're the last one. I wonder if Marshall was the first. I would like to think so.
I think that, to me, it makes the most sense because he was the original true believer.
He was the only one found in the master bedroom alone. He's the only body found alone. Everybody else was in groups. He was the only one by himself. So I bet you anything he was the first.
To me, it makes the most sense that he would have gone first and his followers would have paid him tribute and,
right, all
of that as he died.
I think that, and we've went over this before, about how to call these victims or not, and I think in this case that, because I heard it said that there was 1 suicide and 38 murders because of Applewhite, but I kind of think, like you said earlier, I think Applewhite kind of fell into it too because he was a full-on believer, so I think he was kind of a victim of himself too.
Yeah, I think you can. In a sense, kind of consider these murders, the 38 of them, because they would not have done it otherwise had they not been led into it.
But again, like I said, I think usually you can say yes, they're murders, and like
Jonestown, absolute murder.
Jones was a murderer. But Applewhite, he bought into it. He
was a true believer.
So I think, like you said earlier, he was the first follower. So I think he would fall into the victim category as well. So. And let's go ahead and do the.
We've got our in memoriam because unlike Waco or something where there were 80, 90 victims there, Jonestown's got 909, close to 1,000. Tonight we actually can do an in memoriam live because I only have 39 names to read.
And we got Juts coming up behind us, so we'll stop early.
Y'all definitely stay tuned because Juxtaposition is coming on right after us. Yep. So. But, our in memoriam tonight, because that's what this show is all about, is honoring the victims, remembering these people who lost their lives due to things that we can't really quite fathom. This is kind of my idea for the show, is me trying to make sense of these things to myself in a way. So, like I said, we've got 39 victims here. Obviously, Marshall Herff Applewhite, he was 65 when he died. Judith Rowland, she was 50. Cheryl Butcher was 32. David Van Sinderen, if I'm butchering names, I'm so sorry. He was 48. Alan Bowers was 45. Margaret Bull was 54. Alfonso Foster was 44. David Morris, 40. Julie LaMontagne, 45. Darwin Lee Johnson, 42. Robert Arancio, 45. Gary Jordan, 43. LaDonna Brugado was 40. Joel Peter McCormick was 28. Gail Mader, 27. Thomas Nichols was 58. John Craig was 62. Margaret Richter was 46. Susan Elizabeth Nora Pop, I can't read your name.
Yeah, Paul. Yeah.
Pop, 53. Michael Barr Sando, or Sandock, is that an E? Sando was 25. Norma Jean Nelson was 59. Suzanne Cook was 54. Jacqueline Leonard was 72. Susan Strom was 44. Yvonne McCurdy Hill was 38. Denise J. Thurman was 44. Lindley Ayer Hart was 41. Jeffrey Howard Lewis was 41. Erica Ernst was 40. Lucy Ava Pesho was 63. And Joyce Scala was 50.
Mm-hmm.
And those were everyone that we lost. I say on March 26th, but like we said, this suicide took a few days.
Yeah,
But
that was ultimately the ones who lost their life in that cult. And like I said, there was some survivors out there, and there's actually still a few followers that keeps the website up and everything. So the Heaven's Gate cult is still active as far as having a representation. But, and that's in no way am I telling you to go look them up, but these 39 are the ones that it's about. And it can be argued that the 38 are the one which you focus on because of Applewhite and his leadership. But we feel, or at least I do, that he fell victim to, I don't want to say Bonnie's influence completely, but I think he was a victim of his own self and whatever he was seeking as well. So it's a sad case for him as well, I think.
yeah, this is one of the sadder cults that we'll end up covering, just because, again, I think that even this leader, Applewhite, he 100% bought into everything that he was selling them.
Now,
he believed it.
Would he be labeled a monster like the rest of them? You can make that argument. I'm not trying to take his side.
Yeah, we're not glorifying him or saying that what happened here in any way is right, but just that there is some sympathy that, you know, could exist there. I mean, or pity, maybe.
Pity would be better.
I think pity is the better term there.
Yeah, because when we're doing serial killers, it's open and cut. These people are monsters. Jones,
Jim Jones.
Jim Jones is a monster.
Charlie Manson.
Charlie Manson is a monster for sure. But there are some gray areas where these people, some of these other cultist leaders.
There's some nuance for sure.
To me, this is the only one that pops into my head, right, without really looking into it, is that because he was different than the norm, I think he bought into it. He honestly believed what he was preaching.
And I don't know that he would have necessarily believed that specific thing if not for Bonnie.
I think if Bonnie hadn't have died, I don't think the suicides would have happened.
Or if they did, she probably would have been the Jim Jones of that one.
Perhaps. Because I don't think she bought into it like
he
did.
I think that she did find her first follower in him.
Yeah.
And he was just, because he was so loyal and everything, she kind of elevated him.
Yeah. And who knows? We said, I just said that I don't think the suicides would have happened if Bonnie was still around. It could have got worse if Bonnie was still around. It depends on what her little monk fellow would have told her in one of her visions. You never know.
Yeah.
But
that's the reason I didn't list Bonnie in any of this.
No, I don't think so.
Because
I don't
really, no, she doesn't qualify as a victim. And again, we're not entirely sure that Marshall does either. So
no, we actually debated whether or not to put his name in the list, and we ultimately decided to because I think he honestly believed it. I think he was a follower of Bonnie's and wound up taking the helm because there was no other choice. But he was locked in. I mean, he fully believed what he was telling.
Yeah, like we said, we can't confirm that he was the first one to go, but it kind of makes a lot of sense to us, at least.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I don't know. This one was just a sad case all around. At least this one didn't involve children, though.
No children on this one.
The youngest again was 25. So
yeah, for some reason I was thinking 22, but 25 is what the paperwork said. So, but yeah, we wanted to bring up this one because, of course, we're doing the cult series, but I like this one a lot because of Applewhite being different, not fitting the mold of the other leaders. And, but like next week, I think, we're going to look at one of the other bigger cults.
I'll put out another poll because our listeners decided this one. So
yeah,
that was kind of cool. We'll let y'all decide the next one too. So I'll give you 3 other options.
Yeah, see Alan Ray, which we had mentioned earlier, who does the. You see what he's writing here in the chat room? If you're not in the chat room, you should see this. That'd been interesting right there to read. It says, before Heaven's Gate did that, Applewhite sent a letter to local preacher Rick Strawcutter, and says the FBI was crawling all over his hometown. That's pretty interesting. I have to talk to him about that. That's pretty neat. Strawcutter ran a pirate radio station in Andrea, and everyone knew who he was. Huh. That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Pretty interesting. To tie that in like that. But yeah, we'll put another poll out and see who's next. But I think from the last poll, I think number 2 was Jim Jones, wasn't it?
I think so, yeah.
So
we can use that for the next 2 episodes.
We're definitely going. I think we might as well just roll into Jim Jones and go ahead and get Jonestown out of the way.
We'll get the big ones out of the way first.
Well,
you can maybe 1 or 2 other lesser known ones that I find very interesting.
Yeah, for sure. We'll hit Jonestown. Will be a whole show. Manson may be a show by itself. But then there's a lot of the smaller ones or fringe ones that we can kind of tie together as multiple into one show.
Yeah.
I like doing this cult focus, but I don't want to drag it out too long. I want to get back to our bread and butter, which would be true crime in general. There's a lot of stuff that we can look at that's more current, and which would be kind of neat. But
there was another.
Hey, slow down.
This thing.
Slow down there, Hoss. She's less likely to make shopping lists while you're doing this topic. I'm just saying.
That is actually true. I can keep her focused on somebody else other than me. But I've been doing good. I've been letting her buy all the plants she wants here lately. So
yeah, I bought a big one.
Yeah, just don't pay attention to the one in the corner that's going to start talking to you soon.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of, that's a great movie. I need to watch that again. It's been a while since I've seen that. It's rare that you get Steve Martin and Bill Murray in a scene together, and they are in Little Shop of Horrors.
Yeah,
and it's the
Jack Nicholson or the musical one.
Little Shop of Horrors. with Rick Moranis?
Yeah, that's the musical one.
Yeah.
There was the original one with Jack Nicholson.
Oh, that one don't count.
I love
Ever
that
since
one.
ever since the musical comes out, and you've got that cast, the other one no longer exists. Okay, you get Rick Moranis out there singing, suddenly sing. Oh my God, it's a great movie. I guess I'm watching that tonight. Apparently, well, I will be watching that after the other shows go off because we got a good lineup coming up the rest of the night that y'all need to stay and listen to.
Yeah, like we said, Juxtaposition is following us up here, so just kind of hang out in the chat and everything.
And I didn't.
Yeah, we got
I
a few
didn't
more
math
minutes
very
before.
well. That was my fault. I didn't math very well, so you guys actually have a few more minutes. I was thinking it was later than it was.
Yeah,
it was my fault.
But I wanted to make sure that we had the time to do the in memoriam this time, so
yeah,
I wanted us to have a little cushion anyway.
yeah. We was about to wrap up anyways. As far as the story goes, we can still kind of chat about this in general about what's going on with Hellbot and the spaceship and their belief systems and all that.
Like I said, there was at least one other arrest I know of in the Ziz case, which if y'all remember that one, a couple episodes back, there is an active, a militant vegan transgender cult that is currently active in the U.S. right now and actually is involved in serial murder. And I think there was another arrest in that case too.
Yeah.
So again, either I would say follow Andy No if you're not already following him for those updates on the active one right now. So because he's been doing deep dives into that.
Yeah, that's a Angie No NGO.
Yeah, it's Mr. Andy No NGO on X. But he's got a YouTube channel. He actually is a contributor for like the New York Post and everything. So there's a bunch of ways to keep up with him. Yeah,
and that cult is active right now, but I think they've got the main players in custody
even have
now.
The leader. So. They have quote unquote Ziz himself. So
I think that'll probably be crumbling here soon, hopefully.
Yeah, I hope so. That one didn't seem very organized at all.
It was trying to, but I don't think it ever got off the ground very well. They got too violent too quick.
And with too many genuinely unstable people, extraordinarily disorganized people. I mean, one of the guys that they killed in broad daylight on the street in California with a machete. So
yeah, I mean they were just a few steps away from burning down Cybertrucks.
I swear. Like these are people that are scary because they're so unstable, but at the same time they kind of flame out very quickly.
I'm kind of realizing that for our last show on our specials revolving around cults, so we're going to wind up talking about this, what's turning into a cult now that is burning all these Cybertrucks, and this is they got the Trump derangement syndrome or the Musk derangement syndrome. It's getting to cult level addictions. I mean, it's getting
that's
ridiculous.
Just the left in general, which is kind of alarming because there are a lot of these people out there.
I mean, it's getting violent on every aspect. Even just man on the street interviews are turning violent now.
That's what I say. I mean, you can't even wear clothing or whatever. Like, I've got a goth MAGA hat. It's not a red hat or anything. It's a black hat. But I think if anybody were to look closely at it, if they're that way,
is that black when that Musk was wearing?
Oh yeah,
is that
he did
style?
That,
yeah,
he
wears the black hat. So it's that hat. So people would recognize it, but.
I say I'm kind of worried about wearing that in public, and we live in a safe place.
Yeah, we don't really have to.
You should wear it out in public, though. You might become a meme like that one lady and the other guy.
Oh, the lady that fell down, like in the subway system.
Yeah, chasing the dude out trying to take.
I don't know. I mean, that could help.
I mean, you could become part of a meme.
Extremely clumsy, so probably would be falling down.
You could be part of a meme though if they started.
So yeah, that's all you need to be is a meme. But yeah, that's what I was kind of saying is that we was talking about how people could follow or fall into these cults. Well, I think the newest cult we're seeing now is just being built by the media, and I mean, they are training people to believe and to latch on everything that's being said out there.
Well,
and finally,
Sorry. Part of that,
Go ahead, Rick.
though, is because we are designed to worship something, and there's a big
Like
blank
I said, it's
spot
that
where
God-shaped hole.
all that is supposed to be. So they keep trying to plug all these different things into it. None of them ever work, but they keep trying.
Yep. Yeah, we had mentioned that earlier on tonight's show and another show too. It's human beings were created to worship, and when people aren't involved in a church actively worshiping, they're going to find something to worship and to follow. It's just a way. It's just our nature. It's the way we were designed.
It's like I said, we are all born with a God-shaped hole in our spirits and
Mhm.
everything, and you can either fill it with God, who fits perfectly, and you will be happy, or you can find all these other things that are just not quite as fulfilling, and then you end up miserable, and as we often see now, becoming violent. You either turn that inward or outward.
Yeah, and there's other things that fill you up and make you feel complete, and it may work for years, and it may work for years and years and years, but at some point it's not going to be enough. So I would suggest that, and I'm not saying you be one religion over the other, obviously Christianity for us, but find that. Don't find it in another person. Don't find that in a TV show or the news or a sports team or a politician, nothing. Find that in a
something lasting.
In something lasting. Start with yourself. But find something that's meaningful. Find that religion. Plug into a local church and try to fill that hole there, because that's really the only thing that's going to actually work lastingly. So, deep thoughts from Daniel tonight.
We could start doing like kind of a deep thoughts, like from Jack Handy, at the end, but deep thoughts with Daniel.
Yeah, you're good enough and you're smart enough, and dadgummit, people like you. But I'm getting kind of close to wrapping up now because I'm starting to ramble. I feel myself beginning to ramble because I don't want to
just have dead air.
No, well, I feel myself ramping up into like another long speech, into getting deep and philosophical about something, and I know I ain't got enough time for that. So I'm like, well, we probably need to start bringing it back down before I get rolling again. So, but I'm going to go ahead and say we got a few minutes left, but I'm real easy to find is Bump Stock Ken on X. That's really all I do. And I do that basically for this show. Otherwise, I wouldn't be on any media. I'm not a social media guy, but so Bump Stock Ken on X, and I help run the Front Porch Forensics show, and the FP_Forensics on X.
Yeah. And like I said, I'll have some video clips and everything that we didn't show tonight, just because them are very long. So we'll be posting those to the Front Porch Forensics X page. But Barbie, and that's always easy to remember, is Bump Stock Barbie and Bump Stock Ken. But I also write for Twitchy. You can find my author page is linked in my bio there on X. Yeah, I think that's kind of about it for me. I mean, I have the plant page, but that's not related to anything true crime.
Yeah, Bump Stock Barbie, Front Porch Forensics,
Twitchy. Yeah.
Give them the
we're simple. We're easy.
Go ahead. He says give the
page.
Plant page.
Now, because I'm a break from like drama and politics and stuff, and I get that through plants. I'm the crazy plant lady. So I actually just a couple of weeks ago made an X page for my plants and stuff, and it's just it's at Split My Plants on X. Yep. So
Split My Plants on X. And that's just kind of for planting, all things plant related. It's kind of lighthearted. It's informational. And it's just, we try to keep politics out of that. That's just for plants, plant related, just have fun.
Yeah.
But it's at Split My Plants. Mm-hmm. And of course, KLRNradio.com, KLRN Radio on X. And then we got Juxtaposition coming up. So y'all stay tuned for that, because I'm sure it's going to be a heck of a show.
It always is.
Always is. So.
Yep, this is our annual foray This is our annual foray into the Mandela effect, and we've got new stuff, so maybe a two-parter by the time we're all done. So, yay. Stay tuned for that, folks. Amish and I are up next.
They make me feel just fine. I listen to a lot of true crime.
Hello, friends. Do you have a moment so that we may discuss our Lord and Savior Minarchy? No, seriously, I'm just kidding. Hi, my name's Rick Robinson. I am the general manager of KLRNradio.com. We are probably the largest independent podcast network that you've never heard of. We have a little bit of everything, and by that, what I mean to tell you is we have news, pop culture, special events, conspiratainment, true crime, mental health shows, drama productions, and pretty much everything in between. So if you're looking for a new podcast home to grab a little bit of everything that you love all in one place, come check us out. You can find us on X under @KLRNradio. You can find us on our Rumble and our YouTube channels under the same names. You can also find us at KLRNradio.com and pretty much every podcast catcher known to man. So again, feel free to come check us out anytime you like at KLRNradio.
Are you ready to reach for the stars? Tune in to The Lost Wanderer, the #1 monthly podcast on good pods in astronomy. Join our host, Jeff, as he takes you on an interstellar adventure to explore the mysteries of space and the wonders of science. From rocket launches and distant galaxies to the latest discoveries in astronomy, each episode is a thrilling ride through the cosmos. Don't just gaze at the stars, come explore the universe with us. Follow The Lost Wanderer wherever you get your podcasts, and let's discover the stars together.
My dad was really, really special. And
This is Eric, the Riley Auto Parts Story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors. We're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu and drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you. See you, see you, see you.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's confounding. Truth is fleeting. Memory takes its toll. But think back close enough for very much longer. Reality's lost control. I remember reading Berenstain, but now it's Berenstein. The past keeps on shifting and I'm questioning my brain. Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. It's just a slip in your mind and a glitch in the time. Your memories take a twist. Now the facts don't align. Was it Looney Tunes or Looney Tunes all this time? Let's do the Mandela.
And welcome into this episode, a special episode of Juxtaposition, makeup episode. This was supposed to be last week, but now we've figured out that we have so much to talk about. It may actually become a two-parter. So we're here, we're live, and I guess we shall see. This is so. If you, this was put together by our programming director Jeff and our resident new music guy that's just going nuts with it and doing amazing things. There was more there than I wanted to play as an opener, so we may actually play that as one of the breaks tonight so you guys can hear the whole thing. So anyway, we're here, we're live, and I think Amish's mic is hot now. It should be anyway. Can you hear me?
I'm here.
All right. How you doing, man? How you doing?
I'm doing well. And this is absolutely going to have to be a two-parter because, it's like we were talking about this morning. If we just focus on our favorites for this one, I mean, that's all right.
I mean, we focus on the favorites and the new ones. Like I just found one.
You did just now?
Just now. I'm going through Facebook and I'm like, I never heard of this shit before. What is this?
All right. Well, we'll add that in, or we can save it for next. Because next week we got the 1989 anomaly to go along with it too, and CERN and all the fun fuckery that goes with this topic.
Well, yeah. Well, the thing about it is, there's just there's tons of things that tie into the 1989 stuff. So there's all kinds of different offshoots we could kind of take with it too. And I was like, that's why I think we should just kind of do the straight up Mandela, because once we get into the 1989 stuff, it could pour down into 14, 15 different rabbit holes with all the new stuff coming out. So
yeah.
So yeah, I mean, we could probably have enough topics for the next 6 or 7 shows just off of this one offshoot next week.
Well, we'll bleed them into a couple shows and see how it goes.
But yeah,
so we found the 1989 anomaly that's preoccupied my brain pan for the last few days.
Same. And that's why I tagged you. And I was just scrolling last night, and I'm like, wait, did he just say what I think he said?
And then Al hit us. I mean, totally again, how all three of us, when us, Al, and Jeff were all on the same night, and we'd unintentionally bleed topics between the shows. Without even knowing, you and I have been talking about the 1989 anomaly. He throws us the 1999 effect.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, but this is all, I mean, for those of you new to the topic and new to the show, this will all be explained. But yeah, we're just throwing shorthand right now.
So yeah, I mean, for anybody who's new to the idea, the Mandela effect is of course named after Nelson Mandela, because the very first instance of this phenomenon is that certain people remember him dying and yet continuing to be alive simultaneously, depending upon who you ask. And this is all linked back to CERN itself, actually. This is why I blame CERN for everything bad that ever happens.
We got to, now that we can do video, we've got to get the CERN We Are Happy video because describing it when we did it last time. Anyway, so the Mandela effect, the phrase was coined by a paranormal researcher named Fiona Broom. And where it came from was that she was at a conference and she was talking with several people, and they all remember the anti-apartheid leader Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 80s. And they seemed to be a little shocked to find out that not only didn't he die, but he was the South African president. Now, in this Mandela effect, there's actually two of them because other people remember that he did get out of prison in the early 90s, and then he died before becoming president. And they were shocked in 2013 when Nelson Mandela finally actually did die this time. And all the world leaders went to his state funeral, and it was like a big deal because Obama was there, and then you had the sign language guy. That fantastic. So that's how it got its name. Is that it's theorized that it's people from different timelines that something happened where timelines merged, and that's the basis. The main core behind the Mandela effect, because as we go through them tonight, a lot of people remember it one way and a lot of people remember it the other way. Even on the show, Rick and I remember specific events differently in a couple instances.
It's because I'm from the right timeline and you're not.
Okay.
You don't even argue about it anymore.
I don't. It just
like, yeah, whatever. Just whatever. I don't care anymore.
It is what. And the other thing is, this was another one of those topics that, when you started the show, and this was actually the third show we did, was the first time I was a guest on it before I became a co-host. Was you had started the show with a noticing, hey, when did UFOs become mainstream, and why did nobody tell you? And that was because Tucker Carlson was doing a serious story on UFOs, like a legitimate news story. And this is one of those things too that people just accept timelines out. It's in the collective consciousness where people will say this is the worst fucking timeline or this is the best time. It's so it's kind of a joke, but it's also acceptance into the were they to find out that would totally track in their head canon.
Yeah, it's become part of the lexicon now. The funny thing about right now is, depending on your political slant, each feels a different way about this current timeline.
Right. Well, ever since we first did the show, I said this is the second worst timeline. The only reason it's not the worst is we have Cinnamon Toast Crunch.
This is true. You know what I miss? I miss French Toast Crunch. Where the hell did that go?
The one I don't miss was Churro Crunch.
Yeah, that was terrible.
It was just too thick. It was just, yeah.
That's what she said. Jinx,
you owe me some Coke.
So, I don't think when you say Coke and I say Coke, we're talking about the same things, and I can't afford that.
We are not. Unless it's the sugar Coke, and then we're on the same page. But it's with this with the Nelson Mandela thing too, getting back to that too, is that a lot of people distinctly remember the funeral in the 90s. They remember their history books talking about Nelson Mandela dying. So no artifacts have been produced. And when we talk about artifacts, there are still some things where you get it both ways. And, we'll talk about that with one of these too, where both things are real. All the artifacts, the one way or the other, whichever the timeline is choosing, have not all bled out yet.
Yeah, it's just there's this whole weird, like, actual just theory behind the whole thing that what's actually happening is a bunch of alternate universes are collapsing together, and I'm wondering how much of that is accurate, because it is weird. Because, like I said, even just today, just scrolling through Facebook, I saw something that I don't ever remember seeing before. And it's just, I'm like, wait, we had those when? I don't ever remember hearing or seeing anything about those. But it's just this whole thing. And it's not even the major thing. Some of it's like the little things, like, the one that Jeff mentions in the song. I grew up reading Berenstain, and now it's Berenstein, and I'm like, no, it's not, because I remember that too. That's like, this is the song that never ends. Apparently, that's not how that goes.
Yeah, and there's a lot of them too. It is, is it Jif or is it Jiffy peanut butter?
Now it's Jif, but I do remember Jiffy.
I do remember Jiffy as well. So, there are absolutely tons of them. So, do you want to go with the ones that are like the easy the ones that are just a misremembrance, or there's an explanation behind misremembering it, or do you just want to dive right into some of our favorites?
Where you want to go first? Where you want to go
Oh,
first?
you're the host. I'm just here making fart noises.
No, you're an equal host in this show, sir. So you tell me where you want to go first.
I'm doing the foobar thing. So
there is no foobar.
Okay, we can get to the Queen. Let's do the Queen one. Did you have that? I think I dropped it in Discord. But where this one comes from? Oh, you got it?
I think so. Hang on, I'm looking.
Wait, did I put that in Discord, or are we just going to talk about it?
No, I don't see that one.
Okay, so the Queen, the one with Queen, is the song "We Are the
Champions." Hang on, I misunderstood what you meant. Yes, I have that one. Hang on, my bad. I misunderstood what you meant. And is there? Yeah, there's a clip in it. Hang on. Problem is, I did an update and my doing crazy stuff again.
Yeah, don't worry about it. So anyway, what it is it comes from the song "We Are the Champions" by Queen, and where the Mandela effect comes from is there was an episode of Car Karaoke. I believe it was George Clooney, Julia Roberts, and I think Gwen Stefani was in it too, and they were all belting out, Queen's "We Are the Champions." And when it comes to the last line with "We Are the Champions," it just stops. But everybody in the car sings "We Are the World."
Of the world.
And it wasn't there. And they start freaking out in the cab. And, because it's like, and the version that we all remember too from people of our age was from the end of Revenge of the Nerds.
Yep.
And that also had the "Of the World" in it. And the reason why this isn't a Mandela effect, and I know a lot of people still kind of freak out about this, is that in the studio version, it just ends. It doesn't say "Of the World." But at the Live Aid concert
is where he said it.
Toronto Live, it does. And that's the one that was the most played version of Queen's "We Are the Champions" throughout most of the 80s. Any rock station was going to play that live version because it's the best version. And so basically with this one, it comes down to Freddie Mercury's mood on if he was going to finish the song with "We Are the Champions" or "We Are the Champions of the World."
Well, I mean, it makes sense for him to do it in that instance, though, because I mean, look at the concert he was at. So of course he was
right. Yeah, I mean, in that and all that positive energy and everything going on, and yeah, totally. But so yeah, that one's technically not a Mandela effect. That's just there's multiple versions of the song, and depending upon when you heard it is entirely dependent upon the DJ or Freddie Mercury's mood.
So there's another one that falls into this, and we were actually talking about this one a couple of months ago. "I'll Be Home for Christmas."
God damn, yeah.
Yeah, everybody that I know remembers the version where he says, "I'll be home for Christmas. You can count on me." But then now on YouTube, there's the version where it says "Plan on Me." And everybody was freaking out because as soon as that's not how that song goes. What the hell? Yeah, guess what? It's a regional dialect thing. There were two different versions of the song recorded, and depending on where you were at and which way you said it, that's the one you typically heard. That was before everything started soaking in everywhere, because there were actually different tweaks of certain songs that would happen in the studios depending on where they were being released at, so they would be more common with the colloquial language. That happens to be one of them.
Yeah, for those of you who are in the anime, it was localization at the time where they actually did it with music too.
But yeah, so it was one of those things, and honestly, it freaked me out at first too, and I was like, wait a minute. So I actually started doing a deep dive, and that's when I realized there were two different versions of the song, and depending on where you were at in the country, you typically heard one or the other. So that is another one that is not actually a Mandela effect, but had a lot of people pissed off.
Another one of those, and I forgot about this one, so I'm going to do this one completely from memory. Was "Beats" by Dre.
Wait, Al just threw a wrench in our explanation as to why we have
never heard of the "Of the World."
Yeah. Apparently, he's never heard it that way.
You get that's for him. our resident musician. That's unbelievable. And if I start finding out that Of the World doesn't exist out there anymore, I'm going to flip a table.
Or could it be that Al's from a different universe where it didn't exist originally, and
And
now
he's just joining us. He's just joining the program. This version of Al is just joining the program.
I have one question though. Where's the other version of Al? Where did he go?
I think they annihilate each other, and then a new one is, I don't know, or the dominant unit. I don't know. I'll have to dig into that one. What happens to the people when the timelines collide? So anyway, Beats by Dre. Everybody knew it as Beats by Dre. All the ads said Beats by Dre, but people remembered Beats by Dr. Dre. And the reason for that, it was a and people say, look, man, I worked at like a Sam Goody. I worked at a store. We sold those. It was Beats by Dre, or it was Beats by Dr. Dre. The box had Beats by Dr. Dre on it. The actual headphones just said Beats by Dre.
That just seemed. Why would that? That just seemed. That's just weird. Anyway, why would you? Why would you have different lettering on the box than you do the actual? That's just weird.
Space. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, maybe there. Well, there's more space, so he wants Dr. Dre on the box. Maybe that's what that was.
I mean, Beats by Dre just sounds cooler. You're throwing the box away anyway, unless you're hoarding them like Nikes or something,
Yeah,
So, so what's yours? Let's start with you. What's one of your favorites since we got those out of the way?
Well, so one of my favorites still has to be "You Like Me, You Really, Really Like Me." The Sally Field moment that everyone here heard and apparently is not actually what she said.
Right. Yeah. Now that one, I mean, we've all seen it. It's even parodied in The Mask and lots of other places. Sally Fields wins an Oscar. Also, Sally Field or Sally Fields, because depending upon which timeline. Anyway, she wins an Oscar. She goes up on stage. She's holding it up and she says, "You like me. You really, really like me." But if you go to the tape, she says, "You like me right now. You really like me," which doesn't make sense.
That doesn't even make sense though.
Yeah.
That's the part that just gnaws at my brain because I'm like, that's not even good English for one. For two, that doesn't even make any sense.
No, exactly. That's the thing with a lot of these Mandela effects is they linguistically relevant. They don't make sense on many levels, even in like context. So it's like, why would she say it right now? You really like me? Well, I mean, yeah, you got an Oscar, but still, the other way makes more sense and would be something you would say. More likely to say when you're jubilant. You like me, you really, really like me. You wouldn't be thinking about, my cultural relevance is going to be measured with an egg timer.
Yeah. I'm just like this. Yeah. Well, especially then though, because I mean, I can almost see it kind of being that way now because everybody's so prescient of the fact that, I'm famous right now, but it might not last forever. They didn't think about stuff like that back then because once you got to a certain point, you just kind of knew you were going to be a household name for as long as you were going to be a household name. So,
right.
So yeah, and again, the linguistics of that one really bugged me because it just makes no sense. None.
Yeah. So, you know what? I'm going to grab a short one because we're about to go to the first break.
Oh yeah, it is about that time, isn't it?
Yeah. We've been kibitzing quite a bit. So this one always kind of vexed me, and this actually ties in with one we'll be talking about later too. Was the Lindbergh baby mystery?
Oh yeah, that one's fun.
Yeah, that one. Because okay, so cast back March 1st, 1932, Charles Lindbergh, national hero, kinda. Everybody, the best known pilot for all of his antics on the plane. Someone in that night breaks into the house, steals 20-month-old Charles Jr., and climbs out the ladder and leaves a ransom note for $50,000. It's dubbed the crime of the century. The nation is obsessed. And then here's where everybody agrees that happened. Here's where it gets weird after that. It wasn't 2 weeks later that the baby's body was discovered, or sorry, 2 months later, the baby's body was discovered in a shallow grave. It was discovered by a truck driver. And there was a German carpenter named Bruno Haupten who was arrested with some of the ransom money. He's convicted and executed in 1936. That's the end of the story.
Or is
But a lot of people, myself included, the Lindbergh baby was never found. It has been referenced many, 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 many times in pop culture where people, including Grandpa Simpson, joking, I am the Lindbergh baby. It was a staple of 80s sitcoms. There were, I think, an Unsolved Mysteries on it, which was In Search of with Leonard Nimoy. I think they did one.
See, this is one of those things that we remember differently because you remember it with Leonard Nimoy. I actually do remember it with the stag dude from the other one.
Okay. Well, no, I couldn't remember if it was one show or the other, so I was hedging my bets with either or. That's why I mentioned both. But so yeah, for me, it has always been the Lindbergh baby was never found, and this one blows my mind. When I found out, when I found out that this was a Mandela effect years ago, I'm like, how can this be how can this be a Mandela effect? And finding out that in this timeline, the Lindbergh baby was found relatively soon, which doesn't really make it a mystery. It doesn't make sense for it to be called the Lindbergh baby mystery, because that was pretty much in this timeline was an open and shut case. Baby was kidnapped, baby was murdered, dude was found with ransom money, dude was executed. That's not a mystery.
Yeah, I mean, if that's how you remember it, it definitely wouldn't be a mystery. But speaking of a mystery, I've got a quick one, then we'll take the break because this one floored me because this is one I hadn't heard of before. But apparently, there are certain segments of our population. Remember the show Knight Rider? Self-driving car. Apparently, there are fans of the 1980s TV show Knight Rider who sometimes swear they remember that the sentient car kit physically had an automaton sitting behind the steering wheel in human-like fashion in the
like
time
Otto
when it
from
was
Airplane.
driving itself. Yeah, kind of like Otto from Airplane, but more realistic looking. And I will say I don't ever remember that, but it's weird that some people apparently do.
I have no memory of that either, but having said that, wasn't that the thing in like Automan?
Yeah, not really. Sort of,
No?
though, I guess.
Wasn't there a show like that though? Maybe.
Yeah, I mean, I know what you're talking about. It's just Automan was like a computerized dude, though. It was like Tron, but different budget. It was
Right.
weird.
Lower. You can say lower.
Yeah, sort of. But yeah, so that one kind of floored me when I saw it. There are a couple of different ones in here that are supposedly well known that I'm like, I don't remember that one either. So
Yeah, that one's incomprehensible to me.
yeah, that one just seems weird.
I don't see how. But anyway.
All right, you ready to go ahead and take the first break? We're getting pretty close anyway.
Yeah, I've already gone through a beer. This might be a 3-beer show.
Might be a 3-beer show. All right, so what we're gonna do for the first break, at least for part of it anyway, depending on if we're both back in time, is play the entirety of this cool ass song that Jeff put together for us because I couldn't use the entire 3 minutes and 30 seconds as an intro. So we're gonna back it up and let you guys hear the whole thing. So that's what we're gonna do for this first break. So here you go, folks. Again, you can thank Jeff for this one, as well as the new juxtaposition theme and a few others that he's done lately. Except apparently I still have the volume down. One moment. All right, we'll be right back.
Bye.
It's confounding. Truth is fleeting. Memory takes its toll. But think back close enough for very much longer. Reality's lost control. I remember reading Berenstain, but now it's Berenstein. The past keeps do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. It's just a slip in your mind and a glitch in the time. Your memories take a twist. Now the facts don't align. Was it Looney Tunes or Looney Tunes all this time? Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. Well, I was scrolling through the net, just scratching my head when a rabbit hole of theories filled me with dread. Did the Monopoly man have a monocle or not? The world as I knew it is all I forgot, and now I'm stuck in this twilight zone. Time feels broken. I'm not alone. Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. It's just a slip in your mind and a glitch in the time. Your memories take a twist. Now the facts don't align. Was it Luke, I am your father, or something else entirely? Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. The fruits of the loom. Did it have a cornucopia? Sinbad's genie film. Was that a crazy utopia? The truth we thought we knew is altered, it's surreal. Reality rewired. How does this all feel? It's just a slip in your mind and a glitch in the time. Your memories take a twist. Now the facts don't align. Are we shifting timelines or is it mass deja vu? Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again.
And welcome back. Maybe. This thing's still going? What is it doing? Apparently it's still going. Hang on. No, there was more. Okay, and now it's officially done. There was a little tail at the end there. I didn't ever hear that before. All right. Anyway, did we just have a Mandela effect with the song?
Maybe.
Who knows? All right. Anyway, so we're back. Hope everybody had time to maybe get up, grab a drink, stretch your legs, maybe smoke a little bit of what helps you think. Would like to thank the nearly 800 of you that are hanging out with us right now. Please make sure you're liking and sharing the feeds wherever you happen to find us. It helps us get past these dreaded algorithms because whether Elon wants to admit it or not, they still exist. I kind of feel like that.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like that's a man.
I was dragging it last night. I was irritated again.
Oh, I know. I saw.
I know.
Oh. All right. So where you want to go next?
Where I want to go is the one that still absolutely freaks me out. And that is the one surrounding Black Tom Island. Now, if you're not familiar with it, and I've talked to people who remember both sides of it. Both people, people say, "Oh yeah, no, I totally remember that from history." And so what happened on Black Tom Island? Black Tom Island is a small island near the Statue of Liberty, close to New Jersey. That on July 30th, 1916, two German saboteurs. We were using it as an ammo dump. We were feeding Europe ammunition out of there to help fight World War One. Two German saboteurs snuck onto the island and detonated the ammo dump. This was one of the largest ammo dumps at the time. It was one of the largest conventional explosions ever prior to the Moab. And it shattered windows across all of Manhattan and was reportedly felt as far away as Philadelphia. I have never heard of it. I don't remember
I
a thing about it in history, and I'm kind of, I do enjoy my history. Um, Fast forward to September 11th, 2001, in the World Trade Center attack. You would think that it would have been mentioned once. And at the time, I was a graveyard bartender who was pretty much glued to Fox News from 9/11 until halfway through the Gulf War. And I do not remember a single utterance of it. No reference to it. Nothing. Also, because of this, in the explosion, the Statue of Liberty was damaged. And to this day, you can still not climb up the arm that has the torch on it. I vividly remember seeing pictures of people climbing up the arm. When they renovated the Statue of Liberty in the 80s under Reagan, they didn't repair this. It just, they had the whole thing wrapped in scaffolding, working on it top to bottom. They didn't repair any of the damage to the arm while doing that. I mean, they had a great opportunity. Um, and I remember the scene at the end of Remo Williams' The Adventure Begins when he's up in the torch as well. And apparently that's a no-no. So how did they film that? And this one, it just still vexes me. This is also one of the leading causes we entered the war in World War One. I was always told it was the Lusitania. Not once do I remember ever hearing about Black Tom Island.
Yeah, I've never heard about this one either. Honestly, kind of when you first brought it up, the first time we talked about this one freaked me the hell out. I'm like, I don't remember this, and at all.
Yeah, and it just completely vexes me that, I've talked to people who say, people who, remember it the way I, remember it, who say they have climbed up the arm of the Statue of Liberty. And I've seen photos of people climbing up the arm of Statue. I remember when they were renovating it, that was kind of like all the things. Show your memories of, the Statue of Liberty, and people were, I remember climbing up the arm. That was kind of a big thing. That was kind of like the Talt. Anyway, no memory at all. And I talked to people. They say, well, maybe it's just a regional thing because I grew up in the area and I've heard of it. So, well, yes, but no. No. The first time I heard of it was 6 years ago.
But
the first show.
Well, that's just it. Even if it's a regional thing, there were people in New York covering what was happening in New York for 9/11, and none of them thought to mention this.
Well, yeah, it's like the worst attack on New York City since Black Tom Island in 1916. I know. Okay, and at the body count, I get it. The body count was actually kind of low. There was only like 7, depending upon some reports, between 7 and a couple dozen people hurt and killed. But still, blowing out most of the windows in Manhattan, that's gotta raise a footnote in history.
You would think, at least a footnote somewhere. But yeah, anyway. See, you're like already getting into the heavy ones, and I'm still trying to focus on the funny ones.
No, I just want to get because every time I've want to do that one is right before we get into a break. So I wanted to make sure we had time to cover it before. I wanted to hit it early. So we can forth.
I get it. I'm just teasing you. It's all good.
Yeah.
But yeah, so one of the ones that drives me absolutely crazy because I was a huge Scooby-Doo fan growing up was Shaggy's Adam's apple. Because apparently, depending on what universe you're from, he either had one or he didn't. I seem to remember him having
Shaggy
one.
always had an Adam's apple.
Yeah, always. But
No, he doesn't. That was part of the gag. The Adam's apple, going up into the throat. You like when you're scared, going up really high with the zoinks.
Yeah, but apparently in this universe he doesn't. But yeah, so many fans of the classic cartoon Scooby-Doo vividly recall Shaggy, the lanky, snack-loving character, having a prominent Adam's apple, especially noticeable when he gulps in fear or swallows a giant sandwich. However, Upon reviewing the original series, Shaggy's neck lacks this exaggerated feature. Not when I watched it. I'm just saying this could stem. So yeah, I mean, it's just I'm just yeah, I remember him. It was always a thing because it made his skinny ass neck look even funnier because it was like looking at a turkey. I remember that.
Right. Yeah, it's I distinctly remember that one too. That's yeah, no. That one kind of freaks me out a little bit.
Yeah, you're a little. I will admit, because yeah, I've even like because my granddaughter was 4 and now is 5 is really starting to get into Scooby Doo, so we've been watching a lot of it, and every time I watch it, I'm like, he had an ad. I mean, I'm not saying it out loud because I don't want her to. Papa's going crazy, mom. But yeah, I'm like, where did the Adam's apple go? Every time I watch an episode, first thing I think is, where did the Adam's apple go? Where did it go?
Where's the fudgicle, Bart? You said there was going to be fudgicles.
Oh, so but yeah, so that one honestly is probably one of the highest ones on my list because it's one of the first ones that freaked me out because I noticed that a long time ago when I was watching the cartoons again. I was like, wait, did they change something? Because I don't know where his Adam's apple went. But every time we do this, I start thinking of Fringe. The red universe versus the blue universe.
Right. Yeah, that kind of goes along with it too, because the realities are colliding.
Oh,
one of the more popular ones, and the ones that it kind of sticks with me because I want to say I remember it, but I'm not as adamant as other people are. And that is the alleged Sinbad movie, Shazam.
Oh yeah, I remember this one.
Yeah, apparently there was a lot of people remember, and at the time that this was released, I was in college and working in video stores, and that's why I want to say seems familiar, but apparently there was a genie movie starring Sinbad called Shazam. People remember it vividly. They remember watching it on HBO. They remember seeing it in Blockbuster Video. Um, at the time, it totally seems like Sinbad was hot then, and it would have been the kind of project that he had done. Doesn't exist. Not out there.
Not in this universe.
Not in this universe. Now, a lot of people say that they are confusing the movie with Shaquille O'Neal's Genie movie, Kazam.
No, they're not.
Which, okay, yes, I see that, but at the time too, and those of you who were around video stores and direct to video and all those the heyday of cable, you would know that when one studio was working on something, another studio would have a clone of it, almost shot for shot. So it was kind of like the Cola Wars, but like if Universal was making Kazam, then Paramount would make Shazam. And that was just the way that the movie industry was operating at the time. So it's like, God, I've seen that movie. Well, yeah, it probably, but in interviews with Sinbad, he said, nope, never made that movie. Wish I had, though. That sounds fun. So, but a lot of people are adamant that this was their favorite movie as a kid, that they know it existed. They watched it 1,000 times. So,
Well, the funniest thing about that is realizing that I guess even though Sinbad says he's never done the movie, he's gotten into it a little bit and started trolling people because they started putting out little segments that he was doing.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that wasn't it. He's too old.
College Humor did a April Fool's prank about it too, where they did a they kind of did a here's the trailer of the movie kind of thing. But that's kind of added the fuel to the fire because people are going, see, that's proof, and then no, it's not really, it really isn't. That's a parody. But I mean, people can vividly describe that movie start to finish. And it's different than Kazam.
So yeah, I mean, the fact that they can vividly describe it, and there are I mean, granted, there are some similarities, but come on. It's a prominent African American doing the same role, a slightly different title. But you're right. It's just like the Cola Wars used to be. Everybody would come up with what they thought that was this great idea, and the next cola company down the block would do the same thing like a week later. Like,
Right.
you stole our idea. No, you stole our idea. But yeah, no. So, but
If
yeah, that
Coke ever did Crystal Coke.
yeah, well, that's. Can you imagine if they tried?
That
though?
happened in America, and we let that happen.
I mean, there may be a universe where they did try to do Crystal Coke. Maybe there was one where it was Crystal Coke.
I'm gonna get a DM or I'm gonna get a message on Twitter later. I totally had Crystal Coke in 1980 or 94. It was a fact.
That was crystal meth, not Crystal Coke.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, all right. So my next one's kind of a twofer, but it's in the weird animal territory. So this one's a newer one, but it's still kind of a lesser known one. You ever heard of anything called a jerboa bird?
Never.
So some individuals actually recall a peculiar creature called a jerboa bird, a hybrid of a small rodent like jerboa and a bird. Featured in nature's documentaries or in children's books, no such animal exists that we can find. Jerboas are real desert-dwelling rodents with no avian traits. And the reason I bring this one up is because there's another weird thing that I know exists that, as far as I know, never used to be poisonous, and that would be the platypus. And I remember freaking, I think, both of us out when I found a deep dive on a platypus and it mentioned that they were poisonous. And I'm like, they've made cartoons about the fuckers. How? Venomous, poisonous, not the same thing.
Sorry, I had to be that guy. No,
Yeah.
I have no memory of them being venomous.
But yeah, I'm just like, that's not a thing.
Which just makes the weirdest animal on the planet even weirder.
Well, I mean, it's the most Australian animal ever. I mean,
that does make it the most Australian thing ever.
I mean, come on, Australia has seasons that will kill you. But that's weird enough all on its own. But yeah, finding out that the platypus is venomous, I was like, I don't ever remember that being taught anywhere. Anywhere. And I mean that would make the entire, I mean, Phineas and Ferb, come on, guys. The platypus never went on a killing spree. Come on, man.
So while we're in the area, and this is a twofer as well. One of them I sent you pictures for that we can put up the other one, but I'm going to start with since we're talking about Australia, let's talk about New Zealand and its place in the world.
Do we have to?
Because a lot of people, I can't say everybody because then it wouldn't be a Mandela effect. A lot of people, myself included, remember New Zealand being northeast of Australia, between Australia and the Philippines, a little bit out there, but remember it being to the northeast. Yeah, and a lot of people say, look, I've sailed there, I've flown there. It wasn't that far south. For those of you in this timeline who are from this timeline, you'll say, no, New Zealand is always where it's exactly supposed to have been, 1,200 miles to the southeast of Australia, below Tasmania. Knocking on Antarctica's door.
Knock, knock. No, sorry. My bad. I'll quit singing now.
So
I think these are the maps you want. I think. I'm assuming that's what these were for.
Was that?
I said I was that what you wanted the maps for?
The other one's for that one's for South America.
Oh, okay.
Now, yeah, that one. Yeah, okay. So like here, you see New Zealand, and the map is kind of up. You know, the South Island is due east of Australia, and then the North Island would be higher up, way out in the Pacific. You're not on that one. Yeah, see, that's where it is. That's where I'm pointing at my monitor, like you can see what I'm doing the DiCaprio thing, pointing at the TV. But you see it off there on the far right?
Oh, yeah, I can see it.
Okay, yeah. So, but with this map, I wanted to talk about South America, because this is how I remember South America. Straight down, you know, the west coast of South America, pretty much on Central Time, maybe a little bit of Mountain Time. So that's how I've always remembered it. That makes sense to me. And when it started to hit me, and I thought that this was just a kind of a fuck up in the movie, was in Clear and Present Danger when they fly down to Cartagena. They're landing there, and the pilot of the plane says, "And local time is, well, it's the same time as in Washington, D.C." And I thought that was kind of a fuck up because no, that would be in Central Time. But if you put it on the next map, South America is pushed way out into the Atlantic now, where the west coast of South America, I keep wanting to say South Africa, is right under the eastern seaboard. Now, with this too, a lot of people remember the Panama Canal as a straight east-west shot. It is now a north-south shot.
Wait, what?
Yeah, because if you go look at where Panama is now, the only way to cross it would be north to south, or south to north, depending upon which way you're coming from.
That's weird. Because yeah, I'm pretty sure I remember it was supposed to be east-west.
You're like, I don't remember the South Africa thing, but I'm damn sure. Yeah, no, Panama is right there, that little hub under. So it's a north-south shot. So this is another one of those that has absolutely broken my brain.
Well, now you've officially broken my brain. I don't know if I can continue this show, sir. Kidding. It's not that broken, but it is a little broken.
Yeah, but now if you look at that map, you got New Zealand way up there in the northeast.
Right? I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right either, but anyway.
No. So that's the world we live in now, apparently.
I want to go back to this one. Can we go back to this one? Oh, wait, I got to do
Now, the
it.
other thing that doesn't really make sense with the new map, go back to the old map for a second.
Okay. I was about to try to do that anyway.
It's kind of well in the Caribbean, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Kind of makes sense with Pangea and Continental Drift. Now go back to the other map. Not so much.
Yeah, no. What happened?
So there's a map too for that just kind of bends my brain.
I've had an apostrophe. You've had a what? Lightning has just struck me brain. Sorry, I'm quoting Hook for those of you who don't know. Oh.
Jeff just said he sent a picture in Discord of Clear Coke.
Damn it, even Al just said he remembers Clear Coke. Even Al just said he remembers Clear Coke. I don't remember that. What?
I don't.
No.
Holy shit.
Stop messing with my brain.
Okay, you know what? I'm gonna send this over to you real quick. Yeah, I have no memory of this, and I'm a Coke fan of all kinds.
Of all kinds.
Okay, yeah. Let me drop this in. We dropped this in the show Discord.
Oh, I was just in there. That's where I thought he put that. But
Killing me.
wait for it to get up here.
Jeff. Okay, here I just dropped in Discord now.
Oh, okay. So
This doesn't exist in my timeline. I have no memory of this.
Let's break my brain some more. Why not?
Because Coke had Sprite. Why would they need to make this?
Yeah, I never. And dude, I used to drink the hell out of Coke.
Yeah. I mean, I remember when Cherry Coke was released the first time. But yeah, that's just fuck you, Jeff.
Damn it, CERN. Why do you keep having to break my brain?
See, Coca-Cola made Sprite to compete with 7-Up. Pepsi didn't have one of those that I recall. So this doesn't make sense for Coca-Cola to do this.
Yeah, I got nothing. No.
Coca-Cola is orange soda with caramel in it.
Oh yeah, I know that.
Okay, audience, for those of you who didn't know that, I just bent your brain.
I
Coca-Cola
figured.
is the largest consumer of oranges in the United States, and not to make Fanta.
Oh, okay. My brain is officially broken now. Going
Yeah,
back over going back over to my semi-fun ones again so we can unfuck our brain.
Okay.
Totinos versus Tostinos.
Okay, it's Tostinos because that's the only way it makes sense. Because you put them in the toaster.
So in recent years, some snack enthusiasts have debated the spelling of Totino's pizza rolls, a popular frozen treat. Many insist it was Tostinos with an S, tying it closely to the word tostada or toasted snacks. The brand has always been, according to the brand itself, Totino's, but online discussions, including posts and platforms like X, suggest this supposed misremembering. But I say, is it a misremembering, or is this just like Amish and I have no memory of clear Coke, and apparently it's a thing? Are we from a different timeline? Because I remember Tostinos too.
Yeah, no, it's Tostinos. I'll be dead in my grave before I call it Totino or whatever the fuck you say it's really called.
Yeah, it's no S, just Totinos now.
Nope, didn't happen.
Didn't happen.
No. So, Henry VIII.
We talking about his turkey leg?
Yeah, you got the picture of that?
I think so. Hang on. Should have it. Hang on.
So, many people, myself included, remember one of the more famous paintings of Henry VIII, and I dug it up for Rick to put up what it looks like now. He's holding a turkey leg because that's the kind of guy he was. He was just this decadent kind of, you know, fuck you, I'm king. I'm eating a turkey leg. You're going to paint the turkey leg. This is the painting I always remember him eating, holding a turkey leg in. I don't see a turkey leg.
Yeah, nope. There's no turkey leg.
This is another one of those things that has been referenced in pop cultures. I remember a Bugs Bunny with it, or at least a Looney Tunes, which we can talk about that too. Simpsons have done it. It's a thing. You know, it's been parodied in pop culture many times. Doesn't exist.
But you have to remember, since we're getting ready to go to a break, we can throw this one in for free. You have to remember, since you've referenced The Simpsons now on 3 or 4 different occasions, they apparently are immune to the Mandela effect.
Oh, I've got a whole thing for that.
Oh, yeah. I figured we'd come back around to that after the break or whatever.
Okay. Yeah, let's talk about The Simpsons.
All right. So one more quick hit, and this one is kind of a nod to the whole, the fringe thing, blue universe versus red universe, because there were some weird things in that series depending on which universe you were from. This kind of reminded me of one of those things. So there is a small but persistent memory among aviation enthusiasts that older commercial planes, like those in the mid 20th century, lacked engines directly under the wings.
Yeah, I actually remember those planes.
And
not just from like Johnny Bravo and the great Ultraman and the great Japanese live action kind of versus puppet shows. Yeah, no, I remember those planes. I had a moment where I thought for a second, the Concorde was one, but then I remember the Concorde had different types of engines under its wings. But no, I remember seeing jet planes with no engines under the wings. I mean, not physically, but I remember because again, kind of an aviation buff too, earlier in life, and I remember those planes.
Yeah, that's one I don't remember either, but
so
we can take care of that.
Yeah.
All right, so we are back around the top of the hour, so we are probably about to go ahead and take another break. This one will be a little bit longer than the average one because we've both got some things we have to do. So this one will probably run for about 5 or so. And I guess I'm just gonna do this because it just makes life easier. Hang on.
Play Fascination Street. That's like 6 minutes.
All right, we will be right back.
By I, Ron Butterfly.
Nope. We're just going to play commercials because I already did one musical break. But we'll be right back, folks. Stay tuned.
KLRN Radio has advertising rates available. We have rates to fit almost any budget. Contact us at advertising@klrnradio.com.
My son was in the Army back during Desert Storm, but even then he wanted an MBA. He looked at a dozen schools, but only one offered the online education and flexibility he needed while he was in a tent in Iraq. Grantham University. Turns out that Grantham's been delivering affordable, relevant college and advanced degrees for over 65 years. Heck, if they can deliver a quality education to a soldier in a tent overseas, think about the flexibility Grantham can offer you so you can earn your degree too. It doesn't matter how complicated or full your life is, if getting a degree is on your bucket list, you'll want to do what my son did. You'll want to call Grantham. Find out how easy it is to get started on your education so you can check that college degree off your bucket list. Call Grantham right now, 800-910-1370. That's 800-910-1370. Flexible, affordable, relevant. Call 800-910-1370.
Attention business owners and independent contractors. This is a money-saving message from Tax Mediation Services. If your business owes $20,000 or more in taxes, we can help you today, right now. Listen, dealing with the IRS is no picnic. It's an intimidating and extremely stressful process, and you don't want to go it alone. Our attorneys know every law, every tax break, and every possible opportunity to help you resolve and reduce your tax debt. And if you owe more than $20,000, you may be at the top of their hit list. So don't take your tax debt lightly because it will not go away on its own. The IRS can seize your bank accounts, your home, and even shut down your business. Call our tax experts today at 1-800-783-0810 and let us deal with the IRS while you focus on your business. That's 1-800-783-0810. Again, that's 800-783-0810.
O'Reilly. This is Derek's O'Reilly Auto Parts story.
After the third time jump-starting my car, I finally realized my battery was dying. So I stopped by O'Reilly to have it checked. They tested it right there in the parking lot. It was bad, real bad. But they helped me find the right battery for my car and even installed it for free. Now my car starts like new.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You are listening to KLRN Radio, where liberty and reason still reign.
I'm Jordan Klinger, an attorney at McIntyre Law. The decision to hire an attorney after you've been injured is important. The decision on who to hire is even more important. At McIntyre Law, we will settle a case if the offer to our client is fair. Partial justice is no justice at all. At McIntyre Law, we are committed to obtaining full justice for our clients. Contact McIntyre Law at 405-917-5200 or visit us at mcintyrelaw.com.
Celebrity designer Jeff Lewis is back with Hollywood House Lift.
I'm excited to be working with new clients.
I'm not getting rid of that.
I hope I never see you both again.
An all-new season.
Those have to go. That has to go.
From oh, wow,
It's been an actual nightmare.
to oh, wow.
This is such an upgrade.
With celebrities like Josh Duhamel, Christina Ricci, and Gina Rodriguez. Dance with me, Jeff.
It looks like Chuck E. Cheese.
Stream an all-new season of Hollywood House Lift with Jeff Lewis, now streaming on Freevee.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
It's confounding. Truth is fleeting. Memory takes its toll. But think back close enough for very much longer. Reality's lost control. I remember reading Berenstain, but now it's Berenstein. The past keeps on shifting and I'm questioning my brain. Let's do the Mandela again. Let's do the Mandela again. It's just a slip in your mind and a glitch in the time. Your memories take a twist. Now the facts don't align. Was it Looney Tunes or Looney Tunes all this time? Let's do the Mandela again.
Welcome back in to Juxtaposition, our usually every 2 week foray into the weird, the unusual, the unexplainable. Lately, we've been doing double doses with a break in the middle. Hopefully, we can change that again. But we're back, we're live, and we're discussing the Mandela effect. And funny thing, because we'll get into more of this next week, but this is a bit of a tease for the stuff that's coming up as far as the new stuff we'll be getting into. I've been reading a very interesting article regarding quantum mechanics and the fact that they are now starting to postulate a theory that current actions can actually affect the past. So could this also be an explanation as to why some of us remember things differently? And we'll get into more of that next week.
You know, I was racking my brain during the break too, and I want to say, talking about the airplane with the engines on the tail, not under the wings. I swear to God, I remember it was a Soviet era commercial airliner, like a Tupolev or something like that, that had an engine on each side of the tail, parallel with the fuselage, and nothing on the wing. That is the image in my mind. And I don't know why. It just it sticks out. It sticks with me. It resonates with me.
So what you're saying is you're actually a Russian spy.
Duh. I mean, yes. I get called a Russian on Twitter every other day, so
The correct answer would have been yet. I mean, no.
So yeah. Simpsons.
Yeah, the Mandela proof.
Well, not only are they Mandela proof, they're Mandela proof in two ways. Because in doing the research for tonight's show, you're bringing up what we had talked about on The Simpsons when we first did this topic. It's expanded a bit since then. Now, the first one, the one that we've talked about, excuse me, is that the Mandela effect, I mean, The Simpsons appears to be immune to it in that whatever timeline you believe in, they have referenced it. And a lot of people say, well, yeah, that's just because, the writers of The Simpsons are smart, at least for the first 12 seasons. And 10, maybe. And they kind of threw that joke in. Well, the first 10 seasons of The Simpsons predate the coining of the phrase the Mandela effect. So there would be no LARF for it. But things like, things we'll be talking about too, with like the limo that Kennedy was assassinated in, 9/11, stuff like that, stuff that they have referenced, it goes on both sides of it. They have had a scene where it's Berenstein. One time Bart was reading either he was having a flashback when he was a kid reading the Berenstein, and then another time they've mentioned where like Lisa was reading Berenstain. So they've got you covered. Whatever reality you believe in, you can find confirmation of it on The Simpsons.
The Simpsons has its own version of confirmation bias.
Right. The second one, and this is what I found more interesting, in that The Simpsons being immune to the Mandela effect, nobody misremembers anything from The Simpsons. None of the songs, none of the quotes, they are universally agreed upon.
Oh, hang on. Al just sent us something that I think you'll want to see. I got to get it put up on the screen first, though.
I can't like. Oh, that's right. Yep, kind of like that. Boeing 727-256 Adventure, Liberia Airlines. That is okay, and that looks like a Tupolev too. So that had the Tupolev had a similar airframe, especially with the nose. So that may be why I was remembering that, especially with that. But there we go, Al.
Oh,
okay.
So
they do exist.
He does exist. Oh wait.
But yeah, so with the
Sorry.
Simpsons, there's no misremembering quotes. Everybody gets them right. You know, it's not like the Star Wars one. It's not like, where, everybody remembers every song. Those who are fans agree upon the lyrics of every song in it. They agree on the quotes. There's no, they are completely immune to it. They are a consistent tie across universes.
Yeah, and it's weird to think about though, because they are. It's just like you said, no matter which universe you remember anything, they're gonna have it for you. It seems kind of weird.
Yeah.
Oh. All right, so we got to talk about this one. This is probably one of the ones that has driven a lot of people nuts. The cornucopia from the fruit of the loom.
Oh yeah. Did you ever find that picture?
I've been looking for it. I can't find it again now. I'm wondering if we maybe we did like a brief timeline switch and now we're on it. I don't know.
Yeah.
But so there are two different versions of the logo, and most everybody remembers the fruit of the loom having a cornucopia stuffed with the various fruits. And which would make sense, but apparently that's not how it is. That's not how it is. So while the Fruit of the Loom logo or the lack of a cornucopia is considered a classic Mandela effect, its resurgence in recent discussion highlights a twist. Some now claim they remember a specific 1990s commercial showing the cornucopia before it vanished. However, no such ad exists, and the company's archives continue to show no record of there being a cornucopia. However, as Amish referenced, a few months ago, I did find an article where someone had said that they found a T-shirt with the cornucopia logo on the tag in their closet from forever ago, but now I can't find any reference to that article. So,
what's funny is I also remember. I don't know if it was like a commercial or like a halftime show or something, but remember the ads where they'd have all the fruit kind of like just dancing around being dorks?
Oh yeah, I remember.
I remember them busting through, kind of like how football players, they bust through the team graphic as they're running out of the tunnel and onto the field.
They ran through a damn cornucopia.
They ran through a damn cornucopia.
I remember the commercial you're talking about.
I mean, it was iconic. I mean, that was kind of like.
Jesus. I mean, it was as nearly as iconic as the Mean Joe Green commercial. I'm just saying, for the time, it really was, because, especially for kids, because seeing a bunch of idiots dancing around in fruit costumes was entertaining if you were a kid.
Yeah.
So it would be something that you would remember, and I remember that too. They came busting through like the football players do, and it was a cornucopia.
Yeah, I distinctly remember that. I remember thinking, because it was cringe. I mean, all their commercials were cringe, but I'm just like, oh. But like I said, I can't remember if it was actually like a halftime show or an actual commercial for like the Super Bowl or something, and them doing a football themed thing with it. So this one has always kind of freaked me out too, and it's kind of relevant to this show. And recent historic events. Daily Plaza, 1963. John Kennedy's riding around in an open limo with Governor Conley and Jackie O, and things happen. Some people did some things. And I distinctly remember the limo only having 4 seats. There was in the front, you had the driver, you had Governor Conley, and in the back, you had Kennedy and Jackie O. In this timeline, there is a middle bench. In the front, you had the driver, Governor Conley's wife, Governor Conley in the middle, and Kennedy and Jackie O in the back.
Yeah, I remember the two bench car.
Yeah, see, and the thing with that is that actually makes the single bullet theory, the magic bullet, harder to have occurred.
Do tell.
It just in the placement, the trajectory and everything else, the spacing would have been less likely for that. It just we'll have to do that for a JFK show because I didn't put that into the research. But just it doesn't work.
Oh yeah, there'll be a JFK show coming soon, I'm sure, once I can get through all the new material.
Yeah, once all the AI and Otis comb through all the. But yeah, so my Kennedy limos always had 4 seats, not the third bench in the middle.
Well, it's funny that you bring this up because one of my favorite all-time arcs on Quantum Leap was regarding the Kennedy assassination, and it was one of the first shows I remember them doing like a long running series of show after show after show where it was all kind of interconnected, and it was Beckett
When he left with like 2 or 3 people through the whole thing.
Yeah, it was Beckett bouncing back and forth between. He spent a lot of time as Oswald, and there were some other people that he jumped into. But I remember at the end because I was like, "What in the hell are they going to supposedly make different?" And at the end, in the Quantum Leap episode, when it all culminated in the original timeline, Jackie died too, and Sam saved her life. That one kind of messed with me a little bit because I was like, "Wait, does that mean did they really just change something?" And now I'm remembering it this way. Granted, I was a high school kid, so it was a silly thing to think at the time, but at the same time, it was just like, wait, did he really just change history? So that one kind of messed with me a little bit because of how in depth it was. But that was probably one of my favorite arcs on Quantum Leap. But this brings up another one for me, and we've talked about this one at some point, and I guess it was during the dreaded season 5. They changed the Quantum Leap theme, and I don't ever remember hearing that before until I was watching it about a year or so ago. I watched it all the way through again, and I'm like, the last season of this theme sucks, and I'm pretty sure I would remember. What did they do? Because they tried to speed it up, and it had more of a synth pop feel to it, and it was just terrible. Like, this is no, go back to the other one. Back to the other one.
That's like in season 5 of Deep Space Nine when they changed the music and actually made it better.
Season 4, I think, was when they actually did that. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. It went from like being super slow to there was more of an upbeat theme and there was more stuff going on. It was actually cooler. So yeah, they tried to do that with Quantum Leap and they made it worse. But I don't know. I'm still really irritated with the newest version of that show because they screwed it up and then it got interesting for a minute and then they killed it anyway. And I'm like, yeah, whatever. So I'm mad about all that too. But anyway, yeah, that was another one. And the one that I noticed today. So apparently there were hover platforms in the 1950s used for the military.
I've seen those.
I don't ever remember seeing those, and I'm pretty sure I would remember, but
no, it was a yeah, I remember it's in kind of like the if you watch like those clips of like goofy air things from the 50s and 60s, you'll like the bouncing helicopter and that kind of I remember that being in it too. It was the precursor to the Bionic Man's jetpack.
Well, yeah, so I remember those, but I'm like, I don't ever remember like this looks like something out of Star Wars because it's like this giant circular thing that they're standing on and it's floating in the air and there's like a sniper there. And I'm like, dude, this looks like something out of Star Wars. Pretty sure if I would remember that if I had ever seen one, but apparently according to Facebook, those are a thing. So
Yeah, and I do remember it too. So you're from the oddball timeline.
yeah, I'm usually the oddball, so that's okay. My cornucopia is brown for some reason.
One of the more famous ones, and there would be a riot if we didn't touch on this one. That is the Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse.
Dude, this one still messes with my head.
So, for those of you who are children of the 80s and 90s, it was a big thing. Yeah, this was back when Johnny Carson was on and Ed McMahon. For those of you young kids, he was a co-host on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. Also did Star Search and a lot of things with Dick Clark. Anyway, and if you're too young to know who Dick Clark is, you probably shouldn't be listening to the show. So there was a big thing of his where he would show up at somebody's house, usually during the Super Bowl or around that time, and Publishers Clearinghouse was this kind of a not really a scam, but like Columbia House, but for magazines where you'd subscribe to some magazines, and then if you were, you'd get picked out at random, and then Ed McMahon would show up at your house with balloons and $1 million check or whatever. Didn't happen. Ed McMahon never worked at Publishers Clearinghouse.
Publishers Clearinghouse brought boobies to my dad's house, so don't disparage.
There you go. Yeah. So, but apparently that never happened. Ed McMahon never worked for Publishers Clearinghouse.
Apparently, there was supposedly a lesser known sweepstakes that he worked for or something, and I'm like, dude, it was published.
There was a competitor to it called American Family Publishing. And this one is another one of those where people have no memory of this. They remember Publishers Clearinghouse and they remember Ed McMahon distinctly because Publishers Clearinghouse had a very distinctive logo and they remember it being on the checks that Ed McMahon would deliver. America's Family Publishing logo is significantly different. Anyway, so as it goes, is that Ed McMahon really worked for American Family Publishing. And they were the ones who showed up with the check. But that wouldn't make sense because why would collectively everybody equate that with Publishers Clearinghouse? Nobody, and until we researched this the first time, I had never heard of American Family Publishing either. And the only reason why they became notable was they were actually a scam. They got busted through. If the whole thing was there was nothing to buy. You didn't have to buy the magazines. You could still enter in the contest. But anybody who didn't subscribe to a magazine, they were just tossing your envelope. So they got kind of busted for that. And after Ed McMahon, Dick Clark worked for him too. And I don't remember Dick Clark as well with Publishers Clearinghouse. I remember Dick Clark doing it, but I don't. Anyway. But I'm of the group that distinctly remembers it being Ed McMahon and Publishers Clearinghouse.
Me too. I mean, I can remember the commercials. He's holding a giant check with the logo in the corner.
Right. And it had the little house.
Yeah.
That was.
And AFP never used a logo like that, so that doesn't even make any sense. But
yeah, to my knowledge, I mean, I remember AFP getting busted, and I remember in my brain saying, "Well, that's because they were just, they weren't as cool as Publishers Clearinghouse, and they were just a scam trying to ride on their coattails and stuff." Yeah, that's I absolutely remember it being Publishers Clearinghouse.
All right, so this is another one that we kind of have to talk about, or people would probably get mad. How is Chick-fil-A spelled?
I've never really had them. This one doesn't affect me because they've only recently come out west. So I haven't seen enough of them to have actually formulated an opinion.
Yep. But so a lot of people remember it being spelled Chick, except, however, that's not according to the brand itself how it's ever been spelled. Everybody at one point, the people that remember it with the K just assumed that at some point they had dropped the K to make it look more trendy. Like they still call it Chick-fil-A, but it was like Chic Filet now or something. And yeah, so yeah, no, apparently,
Chick-fil-A.
I don't know. I guess actually, no. So I guess it's the other way. So I guess it's see, even I'm remembering it wrong because I just drove by one the other day and I could have sworn there wasn't a K. But so now let me read through this real quick because apparently I just screwed it up. So another food related example that surfaced more recently is the spelling of Chick-fil-A. Some swear it was once Chick-fil-A, dropping the K to add more of a trendier vibe, especially in older marketing. The chain has always been spelled Chick, playing on the word chicken or chicken fillet. But again, I even just screwed it up, so even I'm confused because I could have. I remember there not being a K. Damn it, and it always messes with me. But yeah, so fun times, fun times.
One that's kind of timely also with what's going on in the entertainment industry this weekend. Snow White.
Yeah, oh yeah. This one I remember when you brought this one up the first time. I literally almost ended the show.
Yeah.
You broke my brain.
Yeah. So everybody knows mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of them all. We've all said it.
Mhm.
And we've all seen the 1936 cartoon a billion times.
Which is the only version that exists.
Yeah. That's not it.
That's not it.
Nope.
But
The actual thing is magic mirror on the wall.
Yeah, no.
No. That's I mean, I've never heard those words uttered by anyone ever in any situation.
And again, it doesn't even make sense because if you're taking the time to talk to a mirror, the magic is implied.
And when you're in a Disney movie that is full of songs, one of the things you'll notice in a heavy music driven Disney movie is a lot of alliteration, a lot of rhyme, a lot of where mirror mirror on the wall is it flows. It's it could be made into it could be preempt into a song. It could lead into a song. It could be a pre-chorus. Magic Mirror does not roll off the tongue.
No, not at all. And again,
you can watch the charismatic voice for in singing analysis of why those words would not be chosen together in a song, and it just doesn't flow.
Not at all. And even Delaney's like, yeah, this disturbs me.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm telling you, the first time he brought this one into the show, I almost ended it because it severely broke my brain because I never heard the phrase magic mirror. Never. And it wouldn't even, like I said, it wouldn't even make any sense. Because first of all, Disney. Well, first of all, that's like the movie that put Disney on the map. So everybody pretty much knows every aspect of this movie that was born around the same time that you and I were. So the idea that there could be something that we were just getting that collectively wrong for so long just doesn't make any sense to me. And secondly, I don't trust Disney any further than I can throw them anymore. So I can just imagine them trying to mess with everybody's head and be like, no, really, it was this instead.
So Al brings up a great point in chat too. In the Styx song "Snowblind" says "Mirror, Mirror."
I know, right? That's what I'm saying. No, this is why this one was the one that almost legitimately broke my brain the first time we talked about this because it killed my entire childhood. But Disney's done that for me over and over again lately, so it's probably why I'm surviving it better this time.
We got a few to come back with after the break. You're just sticking in the movies and pop culture vein.
Oh yeah, this is why I told you we would probably have to do all of this tonight and then get into the other stuff next week because there's just.
Oh yeah, no, I mean we're just hitting on the greatest hits this one movie, but Yeah, this is for those of you who are new to the show and new to the Mandela effect, we're bringing you up to speed when we hit you with the new stuff next week. So, yeah, and God, I didn't even bring up the Forrest Gump one, so we're gonna have to do that next week because you actually have to hear the soundbite for that one.
If we're about to take a break, I can probably grab it because we
Well,
can do that one and the James Earl Jones one.
Yeah. Talking about the Chick-fil-A one, I wanted to throw in the Snow White one real quick, but talking about Chick-fil-A, there's another one along those lines too. And this one personally offends me. And that is my favorite candy bar is Kit Kat.
Yep.
The spelling of Kit Kat, is it Kit Kat or Kit-Kat?
I don't remember there being a dash.
In this reality, there is not a dash. In my reality, there is a dash. I distinctly remember the dash on there because I remember one packaging where they made the dash look like a Kit Kat piece. So I remember it as Kit-Kat. And this isn't even something that's like brand inconsistency. Because that is a thing too. Like with Febreze. That one really messes with people. But anyway, I distinctly remember the dash and Kit Kat.
Are you sure?
Oh yeah, it's my favorite candy bar. It always has been.
Well,
Except for
apparently,
those are fucking awesome.
Apparently, according to the British, American Kit Kat suck. So, just saying.
What's that?
According to the British, American Kit Kats suck. They don't like our but
they're used to Belgian chocolate. So, I mean, I prefer dark chocolate myself, but
yeah. All right. Ready to take
or is close second. I used to love Bit of Honeys.
You ready to take the last break?
Yeah, let's hit the last break and then come back and just flood them with pop culture fuckery.
All right. So just for fun, as we go to break, we're going to play the juxtaposition theme that Jeff made for us a while ago, just so you guys actually get to hear it tonight for those of you that may be new. This is another Jeff creation, and we'll be right back.
Green man in the desert night, Bigfoot roaming out of sight. Government shadows, secrets deep, conspiracies unfold while we sleep. Strange encounters unexplained, truth is out that really shame. Men with knowledge, voices bold, unraveling history, stories untold. Area 51, a whispered name. UFO sightings, a haunting flame. Loch Ness monster, a watery myth. Cryptozoology, a curious gift. Strange encounters unexplained. Truth is out there, bravely chained. Men with knowledge, voices bold, unraveling mystery, stories untold. Skeptics doubt, believers yearn for answers hidden yet to learn. In the twilight zone where logic ends, the search continues with our hands. Strange encounters unexplained. Truth is out there, bravely chained. Men with knowledge, voices bold, unraveling mystery, stories untold. Truth is out there. Truth is out there.
Hi, I'm Mike, founder of DollarShaveClub.com. What is DollarShaveClub.com? Well, for $1 a month, we send high-quality razors right to your door. Yeah, $1. Are the blades any good? No. Our blades are f***ing great. Each razor has stainless steel blades, an aloe vera lubricating strip, and a pivot head. It's so gentle a toddler could use it. And do you like spending $20 a month on brand name razors? 19 go to Roger Federer. I'm good at tennis. And do you think your razor needs a vibrating handle, a flashlight, a back scratcher, and 10 blades? Your handsome-ass grandfather had 1 blade and polio. Looking good, Pop-Up! Stop paying for shave tech you don't need. And stop forgetting to buy your blades every month. Alejandro and I are going to ship them right to you. We're not just selling razors, we're also making new jobs. Alejandro, what were you doing last month?
Not working.
What are you doing now?
Working.
I'm no Vanderbilt, but this train makes hay. So stop forgetting to buy your blades every month and start deciding where you're going to stack all those dollar bills I'm saving you. We are DollarShaveClub.com, and the party is on.
I know karate, I know jiu-jitsu, I drive like a gangster when I'm coming to see you, see you, see you, see you.
Hi, everyone. This is JJ, the co-founder of Good Pods. If you haven't heard of it yet, Good Pods is like Goodreads or Instagram, but for podcasts. It's new, it's social, it's different, and it's growing really fast. There are more than 2 million podcasts, and we know that it is impossible to figure out what to listen to. On Good Pods, you follow your friends and podcasters to see what they like. That is the #1 way to discover new shows and episodes. You can find Good Pods on the web or download the app. Happy listening.
The following program contains coarse language and adult themes. Listener discretion is advised.
And welcome back into the final segment of part 1 of our deep dive into the Mandela effect for 2025. Since we have a new audience because we weren't streaming on X or actually streaming video style type of stuff. The last time we did one of these, we've decided we're going to kind of start from the beginning. And apparently you guys are loving this because we're #1 on X on everywhere that I can see. And we have over 1,000 people hanging out with us right now. So thank you.
That's awesome.
And we're back and we're live. And I did find, I didn't have a chance to screen it, but I did find something that does reference the Mandela effect and Forrest Gump, and it's only like 50 seconds long. So I did find one if you want to go and run with that now. All right, so hang on, let me get it queued up. So one thing I don't like about this new setup, I don't have a way to like screen things when we're live. They need to figure that out. So I can make sure things make sense behind the scenes before I say them.
Oh, of course, I'm saying, okay.
The original VHS says, "Life is like a box of chocolates. Life is." Listen to the movie of the original VHS. Quiet.
You want a chocolate?
You want a chocolate?
I could eat about 1.5 million of these. My mom always said life was like a box of chocolates.
What the hell is that? Life.
So yeah, there you was. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's not even something that you can mishear it because life that doesn't. Why would it be past tense? Yeah, I get it. By this point in the movie, his mom has passed, but still, that wouldn't have been her saying then, because it's not like that. It just grammatically doesn't make sense. I mean, in context, it makes sense.
Well, this is again contextually, grammatically, it doesn't make any sense because he already made it past tense. He said, "My mama always said," so that makes it past tense. So at that point, that's normally when people would start quoting the person. Life is like a box of chocolates, and that's not what happened. And again, just like the guy throwing a fit, pointing at the back of the box, I remember it the other way.
Yeah, well, and not just that. It's again through its inflection. it's infection through pop culture. Everybody, T-shirts, coffee mugs, tchotchke, everything is not was.
Oh, look, we got Laura's hanging out in the chat.
Yeah,
She's like, correct, Rick. He's speaking of his mama in past tense since she had already died at the point. So was versus is correct. And I disagree. I disagree.
No, she's agreeing with you.
Oh, she is? I don't know. I don't know if she's agreeing with me or disagreeing with me because that sentence was confusing me. It's
No,
late. It's too late at night for English, damn it.
Yeah, no, he's already okay. Grammatically, he's already set up. She said past tense, but what she said would be is, because her saying was wouldn't make sense because life was like a box of chocolates. What is it now?
Yeah, exactly. You know,
So
and that's one of the things that broke my brain with that. I'm like, so if it was like a box of chocolates, why did you suddenly decide that it's now a box of Reese's peanut butter cups? What the hell? I'm confused. But yeah, anyway.
So this one, Wizard of Oz, we got a twofer.
We do.
We do. Now I'll go with the first one while you bring up the second one from the picture I dropped in the Discord. First one, Wizard of Oz. When the Wicked Witch is sending out the flying monkeys, the line everybody knows, again, infinitely referenced. Everybody, I mean, it's the line everybody quotes: "Fly, fly, my pretties," or "Fly, my pretties, fly." That's not what she says. She just says "fly." She repeats "fly," and that's it. My pretties is nowhere in it.
Yeah, which is weird. Just saying.
Now the other one, this one I have no memory of, and given the events that occurred through the movie, there were multiple occasions where he had an instance to use it. The Scarecrow has a pistol. He has a freaking revolver.
Yeah, we've talked about this one before. This was another one that thoroughly confused me because I'm like, if he had a revolver, why didn't he ever use it?
Like when the monkeys are pulling all his stuffing out.
Would have been the perfect time to try to shoot some monkeys. I'm just saying.
I mean, there's a half dozen instances where he could have gotten it,
and he didn't.
No,
So-
never used it.
So,
It's
yeah,
kind of like Leslie Biddulph. Why did he have a pistol? But I mean, yeah. So it's a thing. This is a thing. No memory of it, and a lot of people freak out too because the Lollipop Guild, they all had rifles.
Yeah,
Again,
what?
another perfect opportunity to have used it was when the Wicked Witch popped in on him. So
You had the perfect time to be using that stuff. It was a thing.
yeah, I mean,
So,
sure, it would
yeah,
have
what
made the
happened
movie
there?
significantly shorter, but still, either have it or don't. Now, in the illustrations in the books, they are depicted with rifles. They are depicted with the pistol. And they were more like affectations than actual working weaponry because, they also had halberds. Why were they fighting with halberds when they had rifles? So, it's one of those mysteries, but it's that I have no memory of it. And again, that's a Thanksgiving tradition. You watch The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah, I mean, I got nothing. Yeah, that one makes absolutely no sense to me. Sorry, I'm fighting with my computer for a second, trying to get.
Yeah, no, I saw what you were loading up, so I'll talk into that one while you fight with it. This is probably one of the most famous pop culture ones. This is Empire Strikes Back. Luke finds out where Luke is told that Vader is his father. One of the most quoted lines in Star Wars. One of the most quoted lines in pop culture since 1984. 83? 84? I think it was 84. Again,
this one.
Merchandise, T-shirts, coffee cups, unlimited, infinite references and other music and television and movies. And most quoted line, Luke, I am your father.
Except,
I'll never join you! If you only knew the power of the dark side.
When I first saw the dialogue that said,
it's not
Luke,
working. Hang on.
I am your father, I said to myself, he's lying. I wonder how they're going to play that lie out.
Obi-Wan never told you what.
Can you hear that at all? Because it's not working on my screen.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, we can hear it. Go back to when James Earl Jones started talking because you kind of stepped over the important part.
Yeah, I didn't mean to. Hang on, I'll just back it up a little bit.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. Told me you killed him. No, I am your father.
Hang on, I thought I backed it up. Why is it being weird? Hang on, there we go.
Yeah, you even see it in the script, in the notes of the script.
When I first saw the dialogue that said, Luke, I am your father, I said to myself, he's lying. I wonder how they're going to play that lie out.
Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me you killed him. No, I am your father. Say what?
Stupid at the end. Say what?
See, in that, you have the guy who read the line. Misquoting it. Yeah, right there it just says, I am your father.
But yeah, no, that's another one that just kind of blew my mind because I'm like, everybody knows that one though, and everybody gets it wrong. That's like the stupid lamb chop song. Apparently, everybody gets that one wrong too. Because I used to sing that one to my children, and apparently, I was getting it
wrong. But yeah, so the guy who read the line, all of pulp culture, every single person on the planet has it wrong.
Yeah, and good point. I think Empire was 1980.
Yeah, it was 80. That's right, because Star Wars was 76. So, yeah, it was Jedi that was 84.
Or was it? Because maybe we're just remembering it how it was in our timeline.
Thanks, Mirror.
But yeah, I mean, just not to try to fry anybody's brain tonight, but like I said, most of these things are things that we all remember in a very particular way, and apparently that's not how they actually happened, and that can be confusing for folks. Now, one of the things, and it won't really be a big thing that we'll touch on next week. So just as kind of a tease for next week, one of the things that I've been finding out as I've been delving into the Mandela effect more and more now that we've been doing this show now for going on 6 years, and I've tried to do at least one of these episodes every year. There's now an alternate theory that the reason people are misremembering these things is because people want them misremembering them because it's a form of gaslighting.
Yeah.
I mean, with as weird as everything's gotten in our current timeline, I mean, it actually could it be, any less plausible than some of the stuff we're seeing going on right now? That, maybe the advertisers want you misremembering because then you're always thinking about their products. I mean, I've talked about it on my daily show. Advertising is nothing more but a propaganda campaign. It always has been. That's why we have breakfast food in America that they don't really have anywhere else, is because of a giant propaganda campaign. So could it be that, bacon and eggs, that's not really anything that gets eaten in this fashion anywhere else in the world. And the only reason we have it is because of a giant advertising campaign after beef became more popular and everybody started eating it all the time instead of pork. But So could it be that there is a more sinister component to this, to where people are kind of fueling this stuff because it keeps their brands on everybody's mind and it keeps them coming back to it? Like, I mean, how many times when you're walking through the impulse buy section of the grocery store do you see a Kit Kat without the hyphen and you're like, what the fuck, man? Because I know
I refuse to accept it. So, Al brought up one in chat, and it was the one I was going to go to after this one too. While we're talking about Star Wars, C-3PO has a silver leg.
Yes, I don't remember that either, but I know what you're talking about.
I don't remember that either. The toy didn't have it on it, and I get that. Okay, so it'd be difficult to have to do that with the plating on the action figure. At least on the the small Kenner one. The large size ones, they could have totally done it. But yeah, I don't remember it. And the first time I noticed it was in the THX re-release, because I had the VHS tapes from before, and they all got worn out. The original box set when it came out on VHS. So when the THX release came out on VHS, I bought those, and that's the first time I noticed, where did the silver leg come from?
Yeah, apparently Mir remembers because he's a nerd, but he's also correcting our timetables on the movie releases too. So
Yeah.
I could have swore Jedi was 84. Maybe it was 83.
I mean, that's kind of all the same time. It would have been the summer of '83, so that kind of tracks. But you don't want to put Star Wars up against the Olympics. Nobody would have watched the Olympics.
True enough. That's probably what happened there. But yeah, no, I mean, it's just all this stuff. I mean, it's honestly, if you try to think about it enough, it's enough to melt your brain. It really can be. So,
I mean, even with the just little things like Curious George not having a tail.
When the hell is the last time you remember seeing a monkey without a tail? Like
Right.
an actual monkey, not like the bigger monkeys, but an actual monkey. I mean,
Curious George.
Yeah, that's just weird to me.
I mean, another one. This one I can go both ways on. This is one of those things where you're right. It's where it makes sense to quote it this way, but it apparently was never actually said in the TV show. And that is "Beam Me Up, Scotty."
You're right. I don't think he ever said it that way.
Because I don't believe Scotty was a transporter tech. So it would have made sense with O'Brien, because O'Brien was in Transporter Room 3. That would have beamed me up, O'Brien. That would have been great. But Scotty was always in engineering.
Actually, there were several scenes where Scotty was in the transporter room, but it was
Really?
usually because there was something going wrong with the transporter at the time.
Well, yeah. So, I mean,
But
the scene I really remember was from the motion picture. That fucking scarred me.
that was terrifying. I will be honest, because I wasn't that old, so that actually freaked the hell out of me watching that. But yeah, that was. I mean, it wasn't any less traumatizing than watching Alien in the theater with my parents, though. So there's that.
Yeah. So, wow. Fuck. I didn't think we were going to pull 2 hours tonight doing the old stuff, but yeah. And we've got so much left for next week.
That's why I said it's going to have to be a 2-parter. So
yeah,
and that'll put us back on our regular schedule anyway, so that we can actually take a week off at the right spot.
Right.
Instead of 2 on, 1 off because we couldn't do it. But I mean, last week was just weird anyway, because I was ready to go, and then my power started acting stupid like an hour before, and I'm like, I'm just not even going to try. There was all kinds of overloads and stuff going on with power everywhere because of all the fires. So it was like, it was great. It was working all day, and then it started acting up about 8-ish or so, and that was about the same time that Laura was like, yeah, we can't do the show. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? I just lost power. And it actually didn't start being solid again until almost 3 o'clock the next morning. So it's a good thing we didn't try. It would have been bad. Kind of like what happened to me on the Friday when we had super high winds. I'm like in the middle of like a sentence and everything just went bloop, and it never came back. I was like, son of a bitch.
You know, back there was a couple times we had to cut the show halfway through because you had to go down into the cellar for your tornado.
There was one time I left you guys and let you keep talking. While I was in the cellar.
Yeah, I think the show was still running for another 4 hours afterwards.
Yeah,
so nothing beats the drunk on a tractor taking out your internet though. That was the best one.
So there is one thing I really like about this setup though that I just figured out. There are lots of things I can't do on the mobile version, but if I'm like doing the late night streaming and stuff, I can actually kill it from my room on my phone. That is amazing. Like,
there you go.
So yeah, I do. As I get used to this, I'm actually getting. I really like this setup more and more because there are some nights that I'm running content till 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. So it's really nice to be able to set an alarm and go, "Oop, I'm going to turn it off from my phone."
Murr, I feel your pain. He's listening to the show in the middle of formatting a computer. I just installed a new motherboard and processor last week and was racing to get to my setup configured so that way I could do the show last week. And
and then Mother Nature said, "Never mind, because I'm a whore."
Yeah. Mother Nature said, "Go ahead and finish your setup there, Wardy."
Oh, but yeah, we did it. 2 hours.
Yeah. So I hope all you new listeners are enjoying our delve into the Mandela effect. Next week we've got a lot of new stuff on the Mandela effect, new theories behind it, and we're also going to touch on some of the classics with that one too. Fucking CERN.
New theories behind it. New things.
CERN even comes up in the 1989 anomaly too.
Yeah, new things coming out with quantum physics that can tie into both the 1989 and the 1999 thing that I was referencing. Like I said, this could be something we might come back to again later. But yeah, because there's just so much because there's all these different rabbit holes. Like just as an example, one that I saw today that is not necessarily a new theory, but is gaining prominence again. Is the idea that black holes are not what we believe they are, and that most everything that goes into a black hole actually gets spit out in an alternate universe through a white hole. And
yeah, that's not a new theory, but you're tripping dangerously close to Jeff's material here.
Oh, I know. That's why I'm just teasing it now because I don't want to get stabbed or probed.
Right. It's the same thing. So
it depends on where he sticks it.
Right. So tomorrow, myself, Jeff, and Gay Biker Dad will be on the Vincent Charles Project. Boy, this one was painful. I know exactly what it felt like for Jeff to do the Rings of Power shows because we have all watched the Russian 1991 production of The Lord of the Rings.
Oh, that's what Jeff was talking about earlier. I was like, I'm not getting the joke here, but oof.
It is amazing. So, yeah,
I'm assuming
we'll be on tomorrow on that, and then I think Jeff has a Lost Wanderer tomorrow, if I'm right, and you got Al on tomorrow night with Sunday Nights with Alan Ray.
Yep. And then I'll be back Monday night doing America Off the Rails. And then starting soon, the Ladies of the Red Wine are coming back. So yay.
Are they now?
Yeah. Fantastic. But they're shortening their schedule. So, and because we have somebody that's coming on late in the evenings now on Mondays, I'm going to move Rails to basically buttress up to that hour to make sure that we don't have dead air. So I guess it's going to stay on Mondays.
We're just filling the schedule back up again. Now that the election's over. Excuse me.
Yep. We've got another show that will be launching starting every other Wednesday, hopefully starting this week if we can get the pieces put together on it. And then Data Hawk's supposed to be back this coming Monday. He was getting some DDoS stuff going on, so he didn't have very good internet but I think we've got it figured out now. So yeah, so
cool.
things are getting back to normal-ish. But
it's never been normal around here.
That's why I said ish, because I can't really use the word normal because it doesn't apply.
There's a Lost Wanderer tomorrow. So
wait, tomorrow night you're having tornadoes or you're discussing tornadoes, Al?
Yes. Embrace the power of and.
I'm concerned. Anyway. All right, man. Where can folks find you? We're down to like a minute.
Shit. Well, surprisingly, you can still find me as Ordnance Packard on Twitter, X. I don't know. I fluctuate because I'm pissed off at Elon right now. Let's see. You can find me Tuesday nights on Manorama panel with a lot of people and some random Canadians. Wednesday, I'll be back with you on Rick and Orty. Thursday, I'm off this week. Friday, I'm off this week. Saturday, I'm back with you doing the part 2 of this episode.
In our normal.
Yeah, that's about it for right now.
All right. Well, as far as me, you can, again, I'll be off most of tomorrow, but I'm never really off. I'll probably be trying to do some writing and some stuff behind the scenes that I've been not working on because I've been trying to deal with a million other things. But then again, Monday night, be back. Tuesday through Friday next week, noon to 3, Rick Robinson Show. Tuesday night, hanging out on the Manorama panel. And Wednesday, we'll have our usual full boat. You guys are always welcome to check our schedule at klrmradio.com. You can follow along with me at RowdyRick73. Follow along with the station /network at KLRM Radio. And our new news arm at Digital Beacon US. On top of all the things you can see on our schedule, I also contribute to Twitchy.com, MisfitsPolitics.com, and TheLoftusParty.com. And I also produce the Loftus Party podcast, which usually drops on Tuesdays. Hi, my name's Rick. I'm a workaholic, and my last meeting was forever ago, just in case you didn't know. But on that note, folks, we are going to get out of here. We have enjoyed our 2 hours with you.
Go to KLRN.com. Check out the merch store. We got stuff there.
I got to start getting better at pimping that. So good save. Yeah, it's klrradio.com/store. Whatever show you like, we probably have merch for it. And if we don't, we're working on it. Bye, everybody.
Thanks. You were great. Hail Hydra.
No hailing of the Hydra. We've had this discussion.